Yes, a very good morning to all of you. Somebody please confirm if you are getting my audio and video very clear. Yes, please confirm if you are getting my audio and video very clear. So, so as you can see, the topic that I have placed over here for discussion is firms and market structures. That is the first chapter in your CFA level 1 economics curriculum. The first chapter. And that happens to be actually the biggest chapter by size. That happens to be a chapter where students face maximum difficulties. So what I have generally observed, students are approaching me and they tell me कि सर बाकी सब ठीक है, economics first chapter is little troublesome. So many graphs, it is difficult to understand and interpret. MCQ तो solve ही नहीं हो रहे. So all these problems that a students generally face, we are coming up with a very clear discussion, developing utmost clarity on this topic. Finest notes, and possibly we will have extensive coverage of this chapter. So I believe you are all ready to just get started with this. So I would want you to write this heading in your notebooks: firms and market structures. Firms and market structures. Now, in this reading, what all you are going to observe? Mainly when we talk about market structures, it is always a battle between perfect competition versus imperfect competition. So we have to understand the revenue behavior under different market structures. Cost behavior may not have a significant impact, but revenue behavior will have a significant impact depending upon the market structure. So we will be talking about this revenue behavior under different market structures, which will become the foundation stone of understanding this topic. So let's begin. We have perfect competition versus imperfect competition. So firms will operate either in a perfectly competitive market or under imperfect competition. How do you distinguish these? Market type, we have divided this into two categories: perfect and imperfect. When we talk about imperfect competition, it will have three categories: monopolistic competition, oligopoly and monopoly. So you have monopolistic competition, oligopoly and monopoly under imperfect competition, and yet another category is perfect competition. So when we are dealing with this part, revenue behavior, now whether it is monopoly, oligopoly or it is a monopolistic competition, more or less the conceptual background will be similar, but it will be different when it comes to perfect competition. So we will be understanding this part. How about demand curve? Now, right from the beginning, when a student ever starts learning economics, आप लोगों ने एक बात सीखी होगी, that demand curve slopes downward. Demand curve का जो slope है, it goes downward. Let me help you with the presentation as well. ठीक है? So in fact, let me open up this thing. Just give me a moment. We take up a blank paper. Yeah. So graphically, if we see the demand curve, on the x-axis, it will always be the quantity, and on the y-axis, it will always be the price. The demand curve always slopes downward. Logic is very simple. As and when the quantity enhances, you want to sell more quantity, you will have to pull down the price. आपको quantity ज़्यादा बेचना है, you will have to reduce the price. If you want to sell more quantity, you will have to reduce the price. This is the basic fundamental thing that you have been observing always, correct? The basic fundamental thing. So observe one thing, this does not happen in a perfectly competitive market. Perfect competition में ऐसा नहीं होता. Perfect competition, you will find a different characteristic. This is a feature of imperfect competition. So let me write that. This is a feature of imperfect competition. Only under imperfect competition you will find a behavior like this. If it is a perfectly competitive market, you won't find the demand curve like this. In case of a perfectly competitive market, the demand curve goes straight. It's a straight line. Under perfect competition, the demand curve is always a straight line which is parallel to the x-axis. A straight line parallel to x-axis, what does that mean? That in case of, just a moment, let me rewrite this thing. So in case of perfect competition, as much quantity as you want to sell, because it's a perfect competition, there is no scope of changing the price. Fact number one. In case of perfect competition, there is no scope of changing the price. यानी आपको जितना quantity आपको sell करना है, it will be sold at the same price which is prevailing in the market. आपके पास price change करने का कोई chance ही नहीं. If you have any power to influence the market price, सुन लो इस बात को ध्यान से, if you have any power to influence the market price by increasing or reducing the market price, then you will be finding yourself in an imperfect competition. That means वो sign हो गया, वो signal हो गया imperfect competition का. In case of perfect competition, price change करने का आपके पास scope ही नहीं रहता. That is why if you focus on this part, when it is a perfect competition, the demand curve is perfectly elastic means it is horizontal. It is perfectly elastic means it is horizontal. Price control, no control. The firm is the price taker. देखो, आप या तो प्राइस मेकर बन सकते हो या प्राइस टेकर बन सकते हो. प्राइस टेकर का मतलब कि भाई जो भी प्राइस दिया है, यू आर टेकिंग दैट प्राइस एंड following that price. You are not in a situation to change the price, so you have no control over the price. You are just price taker. And marginal revenue will always be same as price, because एक price defined है, एक constant price defined है. Every additional unit you sell, it will generate additional revenue for you. I repeat, every additional unit you sell, it will generate additional revenue for you. वो जो एडिशनल रेवेन्यू आ रहा है, दैट एडिशनल रेवेन्यू विल नॉट बी एनीथिंग अदर देन द प्राइस इटसेल्फ, बिकॉज वो प्राइस तो चेंज होने वाला नहीं. दैट प्राइस इज कांस्टेंट. इफ दैट प्राइस इज कांस्टेंट, द मार्जिनल रेवेन्यू विल मैच विद द प्राइस. एवरी एडिशनल यूनिट, लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल. सपोज प्राइस ऑफ अ कमोडिटी is $7. So every additional unit you sell, it will fetch you exactly $7 of marginal revenue. The word marginal revenue indicates revenue arising from sale of one additional unit. That revenue will match with the price. This is an important characteristic of perfect competition. On the other side, when it is imperfect competition, marginal revenue will always be less than the price. Why? Look at this again. Look at this again. When the marginal revenue is less than the price, the demand curve slopes downward. Why it is sloping downward? Why it is sloping downward? That if you want to sell more quantity, you will have to reduce the price. That feature starts prevailing when there is imperfect competition. क्योंकि price एक constant price नहीं है. Price change किया जा सकता है when it is imperfect competition. As a result, when you come back to this, imperfect competition, demand curve is negatively sloped. Negatively sloped means it will slope downward. In other words, negative क्यों बोलते हैं? Because with the increase of the x value, the y value will drop. So there is some control, and the firm is considered to be not the price taker but price maker or price setter, and marginal revenue will always be less than the price. So perfect competition. A firm in a perfectly competitive market takes the market price as given. It faces perfectly elastic horizontal demand curve, meaning the firm sells any quantity at the market price. Marginal revenue will always be equal to the average revenue, and that will be equal to price. इस इक्वेशन को दिमाग में क्लियर कर लो. Marginal revenue will be always equal to the average revenue, and that will be equal to the price. Total revenue is calculated as price into quantity. Since the price remains constant, total revenue increases proportionately with the quantity sold. Now this is important. Since the price remains constant, price तो constant है, total revenue increases proportionately. जितने proportion में quantity बढ़ेगी, आपका total revenue बढ़ेगा. But आप common sense लगाओ, average तो वही का वही आएगा. Let us take an example. Consider a wheat farmer in a competitive agricultural market. If the market price is $5 per kg, the farmer must sell each kg at $5. If he sells 10 kg, total revenue will be $50. If he sells 20 kg, total revenue will be $100. If I ask you to compute the average revenue तो $5 ही आएगा. That average revenue will be same as marginal revenue, and that is same as price. So perfect competition का ये characteristic आपको भूलना नहीं है. That is, marginal revenue will always be equal to average revenue, and that will be the price of the product. So you tell me one thing clearly. अभी तक हमने जो कुछ भी discussion किया है, are we clear with this? Give me a signal. Clear or not clear? Once I get your signal, I'll definitely move ahead. Quick, without wasting time, give me your signal. ठीक है, fantastic. Each one of you are clear with that. Wonderful. Moving ahead. Now, under imperfect competition, monopoly and others. So monopoly and others means monopoly, oligopoly. इसमें duopoly भी कभी कभी किसी ऑथर ने अपनी बुक्स में लिखा हुआ है. Duopoly where there are two suppliers, oligopoly where there are few suppliers. So we have not distinguished duopoly as a different market form, because in your CFA curriculum also it is three layered, means it is monopoly, then oligopoly, and then monopolistic competition. So all three come under imperfect competition. A firm in imperfectly competitive market faces negatively slope. मैंने ग्राफ ड्रॉ करके बता दिया आपको ऑलरेडी. और वैसा क्यों होता है? फॉर एवरी एडिशनल यूनिट सोल्ड योर price has to be a little lower than the prevailing market price, because prevailing market price पर जितना quantity बिक सकता था उतना ही बिका है. You cannot sell additional quantity. आपको और additional unit sell करना है, you have to lower down the price. That is the logic behind the demand curve with a negative slope or sloping downward. So as a result, marginal revenue will always be less than the price, because selling more unit reduces prices for all the units sold. Marginal revenue will be less than the price, and price will be less than the average revenue. In other words, average revenue compared to marginal revenue, average revenue will always be higher than marginal revenue. Price will always be at the middle point. इस बात को ध्यान में रखना, MCQ टेस्ट किया जाएगा जब, तो ये पॉइंट क्लियर होना चाहिए. क्योंकि इन केस ऑफ परफेक्ट कंपटीशन, इस इक्वेशन को देखो जरा, इक्वालिटी साइन है, मार्जिनल रेवेन्यू, एवरेज रेवेन्यू, प्राइस सब इक्वल है. अब आप किसी को भी जंबल अप कर दो ना, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? बट यहां पर वेयर देयर इज अ लेस देन साइन, तो यहां पर बीच में प्राइस आएगा. एट द लेफ्ट मोस्ट इट विल बी द मार्जिनल रेवेन्यू, एट द राइट मोस्ट it will be average revenue. Price will be less than the average revenue and price will be greater than the marginal revenue. ठीक है? Now look at this. इसको हम समझते हैं through an example. Consider a monopoly cable TV provider setting its own price. 100 customers subscribe at $50 each, total revenue $5,000. To attract 150 customers, it reduces price to $40 each, making total revenue $6,000. ठीक है? तो increase in total revenue हुआ, but if it cuts the price further to $25 each, gaining 250 customers, total revenue is $6,250. At some point, reducing price further lowers the total revenue, making the revenue maximizing quantity. So इस एग्जाम्पल से आपको क्या दिख रहा है कि एवरी टाइम यू वांट टू सेल मोर क्वांटिटी यू हैव टू रिड्यूस द प्राइस. तो जो आपका एवरेज रेवेन्यू है ना, वो मार्जिनल रेवेन्यू से ज़्यादा रहेगा, क्योंकि वो तो एवरेज ले रहा है, हाई प्राइस और लो प्राइस का एवरेज ले रहा है, वेयर एज मार्जिनल रेवेन्यू इज द लोएस्ट प्राइस. ठीक है? सो मार्जिनल रेवेन्यू विल बी लोअर देन द प्राइस, एंड बोथ मार्जिनल रेवेन्यू एंड प्राइस विल बी लोअर देन योर एवरेज रेवेन्यू. एवरेज रेवेन्यू इन सबसे ज़्यादा रहेगा. बिफोर आई गो टू द टोटल रेवेन्यू कर्व, I want you to give me a clear signal about this part. I want you to give me a clear signal about this part. यहाँ पर कोई confusion नहीं है ना? है तो पूछ लो. I want a signal. If it is done and clear, we move ahead. Now, if that part is clear, look at this. Total revenue in perfect competition. Under perfect competition, the total revenue curve is linear because the firm is the price taker and sells each unit at the same price. Because each unit, if you are selling at the same price, the total revenue curve will be linear. Total revenue is price into quantity. If P remains constant, Q is the only variable, correct? Common sense लगाओ, इस equation को देखो. Total revenue is price into quantity. तो क्या होगा? If the price is made as constant, price को आप constant कर दो, तो वेरी एक ही चीज कर रहा है ना, क्वांटिटी. तो क्वांटिटी बढ़ेगा, टोटल रेवेन्यू बढ़ेगा. क्वांटिटी कम होगा, टोटल रेवेन्यू कम होगा. प्राइस बीइंग कांस्टेंट, प्राइस चेंज नहीं हो रहा है, तो ये कर्व नहीं मिलेगा, ये एक स्ट्रेट लाइन मिलेगा, क्योंकि स्लोप इज कांस्टेंट. प्राइस बिकम्स अ स्लोप ओवर देयर. प्राइस बिकमिंग स्लोप, तो वो टोटल, मैं मार्जिनल रेवेन्यू की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं टोटल रेवेन्यू की बात कर रहा हूँ. टोटल रेवेन्यू विल डिपेंड, हायर द टोटल रेवेन्यू, higher will be the quantity, because price is constant. Because price is constant, if you write an equation y equals to a plus bx, तो जो b है b, that becomes the price, because price gets multiplied to the quantity. So you will be finding that the total revenue line starts with the origin, that is 0. Total revenue will always start with 0. तो उस स्ट्रेट लाइन का जो इक्वेशन होगा उसका इंटरसेप्ट भी 0 रहेगा. मतलब y, if I write that equation like this, if I write that equation for a total revenue y equals to a plus bx, तो ये जो y है ये क्या है, प्राइस. प्राइस इक्वल्स टू, प्राइस नहीं बोलना चाहिए मुझे, रेवेन्यू. रेवेन्यू, लेट मी करेक्ट दैट. आई विल राइट टोटल रेवेन्यू, वेट, टोटल रेवेन्यू टी आर इक्वल्स टू अल्फा, जो इंटरसेप्ट है दैट विल बी 0 प्लस बी जो है वो प्राइस है, प्राइस इनटू क्वांटिटी. तो प्राइस तो कांस्टेंट है, तो क्वांटिटी इज द ओनली वेरिएबल. दिस बिकम्स द इक्वेशन ऑफ द स्ट्रेट लाइन विच इंडिकेट्स टोटल रेवेन्यू. तो इन शॉर्ट टोटल रेवेन्यू का इक्वेशन तो यही है, टी आर इक्वल्स टू पी इंटू क्यू. ठीक है. सो ग्राफिकली total revenue in case of a perfect competition will be a straight line sloping upward. इस बात को ध्यान रख लो. Graphically, the total revenue curve in perfect competition is a straight line upward sloping line. Since marginal revenue equals to P, the firm earns constant revenue per unit. बेटा मुझे ये बात क्लियर सिग्नल दो, एक एक कॉन्सेप्ट को दिमाग में फिट करते जाओ कि इन केस ऑफ परफेक्ट कंपटीशन टोटल रेवेन्यू का जो इक्वेशन बनेगा इट विल बी इक्वेशन ऑफ अ स्ट्रेट लाइन. ये बात कन्विंसिंग लगनी चाहिए. दैट पॉइंट शुड बी क्लियर टू यू दैट टोटल रेवेन्यू विल बी ऑलवेज इंडिकेटिंग इक्वेशन ऑफ अ स्ट्रेट लाइन. इट विल इंडिकेट इक्वेशन ऑफ अ स्ट्रेट लाइन. क्विकली टेल मी, आर यू क्लियर विद दैट पॉइंट? Now total revenue under imperfect competition. Under monopoly or other imperfect competition, the total revenue curve follows a non-linear pattern. सबसे पहले तो total revenue का line नहीं, total revenue का curve मिलेगा and it will follow a non-linear pattern. TR initially increases as the price rises. As the price rises, अरे क्या तुम लोग कर रहे हो बेटा, क्या कर रहे हो? मैं आपको फिर से ग्राफ बना कर दिखाता हूँ. मतलब सम पीपल आर सीरियसली नॉट पेइंग अटेंशन व्हेन आई एम ट्राइंग टू एक्सप्लेन समथिंग. मैंने पूरा एक स्ट्रेट लाइन का इक्वेशन लिखकर बताया, उसके कंपोनेंट्स बताए, बट आप लोग मेरी बात पर ध्यान नहीं दे रहे हो. यू आर नॉट पेइंग अटेंशन. वैशा कहियर, मैंने कई बार नोटिस किया, यू डू नॉट पे अटेंशन टू व्हाट आई एम सेइंग. तुम अपनी धुन में रहते हो. ठीक है. यू आर नेवर पेइंग अटेंशन टू व्हाट आई एम सेइंग. देखो बेटा, ये जो है ना, एक्स एक्सिस पर हम ले रहे हैं क्वांटिटी, एक्स एक्सिस पर ले रहे हैं क्वांटिटी, एंड वाई एक्सिस पर इस बार वाई एक्सिस पर प्राइस नहीं ले रहे हैं, वी आर टेकिंग टोटल रेवेन्यू. अब बताओ मुझे, जैसे जैसे क्वांटिटी बढ़ेगा, जैसे जैसे क्वांटिटी बढ़ेगा, व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर टोटल रेवेन्यू. जैसे जैसे क्वांटिटी बढ़ेगा, व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर टोटल रेवेन्यू. कॉमन सेंस लगाओ. जैसे जैसे क्वांटिटी बढ़ेगा, व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर टोटल रेवेन्यू. योर टोटल रेवेन्यू विल कीप ऑन इंक्रीजिंग स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम जीरो. स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम जीरो, ओरिजिन से स्टार्ट होगा, एंड इट विल बी अपवर्ड स्लोपिंग स्ट्रेट लाइन. दिस इज टोटल रेवेन्यू लाइन, टी आर. इट विल बी straight line. It will be a straight line sloping upward. Straight line sloping upward. अपवर्ड स्लोपिंग क्यों? क्योंकि विद द क्वांटिटी इंक्रीजिंग टोटल रेवेन्यू तो बढ़ता जाएगा ना यार, टोटल रेवेन्यू का लाइन है वो, इट इज अ लाइन ऑफ टोटल रेवेन्यू. थिंकिंग इज इन्वॉल्व इन अंडरस्टैंडिंग दिस. आपको सोचना पड़ेगा. आप मूवी की तरह मेरा लेक्चर मत देखो. यू हैव टू थिंक अलॉन्ग विद दैट. मैं किस चीज को समझा रहा हूं? टोटल रेवेन्यू. दिमाग लगाओ. क्वांटिटी बढ़ेगा, प्राइस रिमेनिंग कांस्टेंट, टोटल रेवेन्यू बढ़ेगा. विद द इंक्रीज इन क्वांटिटी टोटल रेवेन्यू विल राइज. ऑब्वियसली इट विल बी अ स्ट्रेट लाइन स्लोपिंग अपवर्ड. सो टोटल रेवेन्यू. अब हम बात कर रहे हैं इन केस ऑफ इम्परफेक्ट कंपटीशन. परफेक्ट कंपटीशन हो गया, मैंने ड्रॉ करके बताया. व्हाट विल हैपन इन केस ऑफ एन इम्परफेक्ट कंपटीशन? Any form of imperfect competition, the TR curve follows a non-linear pattern. सबसे पहले वो total revenue curve है and it will follow a non-linear pattern because वो linear हो ही नहीं सकता. It is a curve. Total revenue initially increases as the price is lowered, quantity sold rises, leading to higher total revenue. Total revenue increases, price is lowered. ध्यान रखना, price आप lower करते जा रहे हो, quantity sold rises, leading to total higher revenue. TR peaks occurs when marginal revenue equals to zero, maximum revenue point reached. Total revenue declines. Beyond this point, further price reduction will be giving you a loss of revenue. मैं प्रॉफिट लॉस वाला लॉस नहीं बोल रहा हूं, लॉस ऑफ रेवेन्यू. आपका टोटल रेवेन्यू कम होने लगेगा. तो रेवेन्यू का कर्व कैसे बनेगा? टोटल रेवेन्यू का कर्व कैसा बनेगा इन केस ऑफ इम्परफेक्ट कंपटीशन? ये देखो, आई बेटर ड्रॉ फॉर यू. ये देखो, इट विल नॉट बी अ स्ट्रेट लाइन, इट विल बी अ कर्व. तो ये जो है ना, ये जो मैंने ड्रॉ किया दैट वाज फॉर परफेक्ट कंपटीशन. यहीं पर हम ड्रॉ कर लेते हैं फॉर इम्परफेक्ट कंपटीशन. इन केस ऑफ इम्परफेक्ट कंपटीशन क्या होगा? इन केस ऑफ इम्परफेक्ट कंपटीशन क्या होगा? इट विल स्टार्ट फ्रॉम हियर एंड इट विल गो दिस वे. मतलब वो इनिशियली इट विल शो अ राइज, इनिशियली इट विल शो अ राइज, एक पॉइंट पर आकर हो जाएगा वो पीक एंड देन इट विल फॉल. सो इट विल बी एन इन्वर्टेड यू शेप्ड कर्व. इन्वर्टेड यू शेप्ड कर्व. जैसे जैसे क्वांटिटी बढ़ेगा, अप टू दिस पॉइंट ओनली द टोटल रेवेन्यू इज राइजिंग. देन एवरी क्वांटिटी दैट यू आर सेलिंग इज गोइंग टू, बिकॉज आपका प्राइस तो डाउन होते जा रहा है ना, प्राइस कंटिन्यूसली यदि डाउन होते जा रहा है तो एक पॉइंट पर तो प्राइस जीरो से भी नीचे आ जाएगा. एंड दैट इज द पॉइंट वेयर द टोटल रेवेन्यू, एवरी एडिशनल यूनिट सोल्ड इज गिविंग यू अ नेगेटिव रेवेन्यू. That is why focus on this line. As price is lowered, quantity sold rises, leading to total higher revenue. TR peaks occurs when marginal revenue is zero, maximum revenue point, and thereafter total revenue declines. Beyond this point, further price reductions reduce the total revenue as the fall in price outweighs the gain in the quantity sold. Elasticity and revenue behavior. Demand is elastic because marginal revenue is greater than zero. Total revenue rises as the price cut boosts sales. Demand unit elastic, where marginal revenue equals to zero, that will be the TR peak, total revenue peak, revenue maximizing point. And when the demand becomes inelastic, मतलब अब आप फ्री में भी गुड्स दे रहे हो तो भी कोई लेने को तैयार नहीं, तो डिमांड बिकेम इनएलास्टिक. उस पॉइंट के बाद इफ यू ट्राई टू पुश मोर सेल, योर रेवेन्यू विल एक्चुअली फॉल. बेटा, आई वॉन्ट यू पीपल टू लुक एट दिस. ये पूरा जो एक्सप्लेनेशन है ना, इंक्लूडिंग दिस एग्जाम्पल, ये पूरा एक्सप्लेनेशन इंक्लूडिंग दिस एग्जाम्पल, I want you people to read and give me a confirmation that you are clear with this whole thing or not. And don't miss out this example. I want you to read this example as well. I want you to read this example as well. And preferably use your calculator because calculations will be needed over here. I'm waiting for your signal. Whether it is done and clear or not, you have to confirm to me. If you are clear up to this part, moving ahead. And the next point of our discussion goes to break even, shutdown, and economies of scale. This is the next segment of our discussion. बेटा पहला सेगमेंट था अबाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग द टोटल रेवेन्यू बिहेवियर और रेवेन्यू बिहेवियर अंडर परफेक्ट कंपटीशन एंड इम्परफेक्ट. तो ये हमारा सबसे पहला लर्निंग पॉइंट था, सबसे पहला कॉन्सेप्ट था कि बिहेवियर, रेवेन्यू बिहेवियर अंडर परफेक्ट कंपटीशन एंड imperfect competition. What we are going to learn now is break even point, shutdown point, and economies of scale. First of all, to understand what is break even point and what is shutdown point, ठीक है, I will want you to take numerical examples to understand. मुझे पहले इतना बताओ, can I assume that all of you are at least aware of what is variable cost and what is fixed cost? Can I assume that आप सबको variable cost and fixed cost का meaning मालूम है? Variable cost is the cost that varies proportionately with the output and volume of sales. The larger the volume, proportionately the cost will also increase. Lower the volume, proportionately the cost will also reduce. That is the nature of variable cost. What is the nature of fixed cost? Fixed cost remains constant irrespective of the output. Fixed cost remains constant irrespective of the output. So, let me first give you some calculative examples over here. पहले इन calculative examples पर ध्यान दो, ठीक है. Example 1, ठीक है. Example 1 से total fixed cost is 80,000. Selling price per unit is rupees 20, ये भी rupees में, and variable cost per unit is rupees 15. In this case, what will be the break even point? Break even point कितना होगा? Can you find the break even point? Let me see how many of you already know how to determine the break even point in a simple situation like this. In a simple situation like this. ऑल राइट, देखो द आंसर इज ऑब्वियस, द आंसर विल बी 16,000 यूनिट्स। ठीक है, चेक कर लो आप, टोटल रेवेन्यू विल बी 16,000 इंटू 20, ये हो जाएगा कितना, 3,20,000 लेस variable cost, it will be 16,000 into 15, that will be 2,40,000. Subtracting that, what you get is total contribution, that is 80,000, and then subtract total fixed cost, which is also 80,000, your profit is nil. That is why you have arrived at so-called break-even point. You have arrived at so-called break-even point. Because profit zero हो गया, you have arrived at break-even point. Now, logically how to compute this, break-even point, logically how to compute this. Yes Varsha, I know if you are focusing on the graphical presentation you will find it little confusing, क्योंकि concept तो clear नहीं ना पहले, इसीलिए तो हम पहले क्या कर रहे हैं, we are first trying to understand the concept and then apply that. ठीक है, first understand the concept then apply that. Patience रखना पड़ेगा, you are getting my point, patience रखना पड़ेगा. Becoming impatient with this is not going to work. पहले जो मैं समझा रहा हूं उसको समझो. Are we clear with this calculation that profit will be nil? Are we clear with this calculation that the profit will be nil? Now how we are determining break-even point? Break-even point will always be total fixed cost divided by selling price per unit minus variable cost per unit. तो हमारे केस में what was the total fixed cost? Total fixed cost was 80,000 divided by 20 minus 15, that gave you 16,000 units. When you are selling 16,000 units, you will not be incurring any loss, you won't even earn any profit. That is why it is called break-even point. That is why it is called break-even point. That is why it is called break-even point. ठीक है, so break-even point is computed this way. Break-even point is computed this way. Once you are clear with how to determine the break-even point, now I am taking you to another example. Example 2. Imagine a firm's total revenue. Total revenue is say 3 lakh units into rupees 20 per unit. ठीक है, 3 लाख यूनिट्स इंटू रुपीज 20 पर यूनिट, तो टोटल रेवेन्यू कितना आएगा, टोटल रेवेन्यू कितना आएगा, इट विल बी 60 लैक्स. ठीक है, टोटल रेवेन्यू विल बी इन रुपीज 60 लैक्स. नाउ वेरिएबल कॉस्ट will be for 3 lakh units multiplied by 15 per unit, so it will be 45 lakhs. That gives you total contribution of 15 lakhs and the total fixed cost is 8 lakhs. So your profit your profit over here will be 7 lakhs. ठीक है, your profit over here will be 7 lakhs. ये सिनेरियो है. अभी एक काम करो, quickly, without delaying, I want you to work out the break even point for this scenario. इसका जरा break even point find करना. Find the break even point. Find the break even point. Find the break even point. इसका break even point find करना. The correct answer for break even point over here in this scenario will be obviously 1,60,000 units. है ना? The break even point computed in the same logic. So you take the total fixed cost, that is 8 lakhs, divided by 20 minus 15, and that will give you 1,60,000 units. There is no problem in computing that. अब बताओ, if quantity is greater than break even quantity, if sales quantity is greater than break even quantity, it will be a case of profit, and if sales quantity is less than break even quantity, it will be a case of loss. इस पे तो कोई डाउट नहीं है, यू अंडरस्टैंड इट वेरी वेल. तो एक काम करना, इसी एग्जाम्पल में, सेम एग्जाम्पल, determine profit or loss when sales quantity is case 1. Case 1 sales quantity is say 1,20,000 units. 120 मत करो, पहले 180 कर दो. पहले हमारा ओरिजिनल कितना था, सेल्स क्वांटिटी 3 लाख यूनिट्स था ना, तो अभी हम इसको 180 कर देते हैं. वी मेक इट 180 एंड रुको 180 एंड केस 2 एज 120. ठीक है. नाउ दिस इज case 1 is above break even quantity, case 2 is below break even quantity. We know that there will be profit in the first case and loss in the second case, but I want you to determine how much will be the amount of profit or loss. I want you to determine how much will be the amount of profit or loss. Quick, without wasting time. थोड़ा जल्दी करो, विदाउट वेस्टिंग टाइम. प्रॉफिट लॉस कंप्यूट करो, बिकॉज द नेक्स्ट फॉलो अप डिस्कशन इज लिंक्ड विथ दिस कैलकुलेशन. I'm getting wrong answers. I'm getting wrong answers. Your answers are not correct. Your answers are not correct. Your answers are not correct. Case 1 देखो. Sales will be 1,80,000 multiplied by 20. That will be what? 36 lakhs. Variable cost will be 24 lakhs. 12 lakhs of contribution. Fixed cost remains 8 lakhs. You have profit of 4 lakhs. Case 2. Many people are making incorrect calculations. Many people are making wrong calculations. Many people are making wrong calculations. Not using your brain at all. Sales कितना होगा बताओ? In the second case. In the second case, the sales will be 24 lakhs. Variable cost will be 18 lakhs. And your contribution comes to what? 6 lakhs. Fixed cost is 8 lakhs. That will not change. And your profit comes to negative. That indicates a loss of 2 lakhs. Correct answer will be first case profit of 4 lakhs, second case loss of 2 lakhs. First case profit of 4 lakhs. Second case, loss of 2 lakhs. So the real question that now arises, is this: if case 2 occurs, should the firm shut down? If case 2 occurs, should the firm shut down is the question. अब मुझे इसका आंसर चाहिए इन अ क्लियर येस और क्लियर नो. इन अ क्लियर येस और अ क्लियर नो. क्या प्रॉब्लम हो गया जी? क्या प्रॉब्लम हो गया? केस 1 वेरिएबल कॉस्ट कितना आ रहा है? 27. रुको, या एक मिनट. हाँ, 27. So this will be what, 9 lakhs. तो ये 1 लाख आएगा प्रॉफिट. प्रॉफिट विल बी 1 लाख. प्रॉफिट विल बी 1 लाख. ये चेक करो, इज दिस ओके? ये ठीक है? चेक करो, is this okay? But my major concern was never case 1. My major concern was case 2. Case 2. Focus point is case 2 क्योंकि case 2 में loss हो रहा है ना. So we are raising the concern कि if case 2 occurs, should the firm shut down? इसका आंसर मुझे चाहिए yes or no. I want the answer to that question, yes or no. I want the answer to this question as yes or no. All of you are giving me answer as no. All of you are giving me answer as no. That firm should not shut down. Can you give me justification of this? Justification of this. Justification of this. देखो, selling price per unit in our example is 20. Variable cost per unit in our example is 15. Sales quantity is, in that case, 1,20,000 units, and your total fixed cost is 8 lakhs. So sales quantity currently is below BEP. Should the firm shut down? That was the question. And इसका आपका आंसर आया no. All of you are answering no. The firm should not shut down. अब देखो, let us compare continue and shut down. कंटिन्यू करोगे तो योर रेवेन्यू इज हाउ मच? योर रेवेन्यू इज 20 into 120, that is what? 24 lakhs is your revenue. यहाँ पर रेवेन्यू ज़ीरो हो जाएगा. वेरिएबल कॉस्ट 24 lakhs रेवेन्यू के सामने वेरिएबल कॉस्ट at 15 per unit, it will be what? 18 lakhs. यहाँ पर कुछ नहीं. So your contribution is 6 lakhs. यहाँ पर contribution ज़ीरो है. Less fixed cost. यहाँ पर 8 lakhs. फिक्स्ड कॉस्ट तो यहाँ पर भी लगेगा 8 lakhs. तो this will be what? This will be what? लॉस. यहाँ पर तो लॉस खाली 2 lakhs हुआ. आप शट डाउन कर दोगे तो लॉस 8 lakhs हो जाएगा. आप शट डाउन कर दोगे तो लॉस 8 lakhs हो जाएगा. सो हमको कंक्लूजन क्या करना है? शट डाउन नो इज द करेक्ट आंसर. बट व्हाट इज द जस्टिफिकेशन? जस्टिफिकेशन इज, यहां पर लिख रहा हूं मैं, एज फार एज योर मार्जिनल रेवेन्यू is greater than your marginal cost, the firm should continue. बट ये जो डिस्कशन हो रहा है दैट इज फॉर अ शॉर्ट रन केस. लॉन्ग रन में ये सिनेरियो बदल जाएगा. लॉन्ग रन में ये सिनेरियो बदल जाएगा. लॉन्ग रन में ये सिनेरियो बदल जाएगा. सो नाउ इफ यू आर क्लियर विद दिस होल एग्जाम्पल, पहले पढ़कर मुझे कंफर्मेशन दे दो. आर यू रियली क्लियर विद दिस? आर यू रियली क्लियर विद दिस? All right, if this is clear, then इसको पढ़ लो एक बार. In the short run, at least one factor of production is fixed. Typically, the firm's plant, machinery, building lease, or other capital cannot be changed immediately. Therefore, firm must continue bearing fixed cost even if the production falls. In the long run, every input becomes variable. तो जो हम अभी डिसीजन ले रहे हैं, ये जो हम डिसीजन ले रहे हैं अभी, ये जो भी हम ये डिसीजन ले रहे हैं, this is basically not for a long run case, it is for a short run scenario. It is for a short run scenario. 1 minute. It is basically for a short run scenario. तो ये जो हम पूछ रहे हैं, ये as far as marginal revenue is greater than marginal cost, the firm should continue, and this is basically the short run case. ये case short run का है. Long run में situations will be different, correct? So coming back to our notes, so in the long run every input becomes variable. The firm can expand, reduce, reallocate or relocate or completely shut down operations. Completely shut down operation matlab basically you are making an exit from the market. Since there are no fixed costs in the long run, the decision to remain in the business is much stricter. So what is fixed cost, variable cost? You don't have to discuss with me, you know already. So we have situation 1 where the firm earns profit. So whether it is short run case or long run case, definitely you should continue. Next case is basically where the firm makes losses, but it should still continue to operate. I want you all to focus on situation 2. And read it and tell me, are we clear with that? Focus on situation 2. Read it and tell me, are we clear with that? If you are all clear with this, look at the next scenario, that is scenario 3, which talks about immediate shutdown. Suppose the same restaurant now earns only 5 lakhs, variable cost remains 6 lakhs, the fixed cost is 4 lakhs. Now the business cannot even recover the cost of producing the food. Every additional customer actually increases the firm's losses. In such a case, the correct decision is to stop the production immediately. The firm still pays fixed cost but avoids wasting further money on production. So, the golden rule of short run shutdown: if producing one more unit helps recover at least part of the fixed cost, continue operating. If producing one more unit cannot recover the variable cost, stop producing. This is the golden rule for short run shutdown. What is break even point I have already explained to you. I don't think I need to give any further explanation. Notice that shutdown point occurs before the break even point. That is very, very vital. Shutdown point occurs before the break even point. Now, let us focus on this part. I want you all to tell me one thing clearly. This table, are you able to understand? Now, few things that we should discuss very clearly. इस बात पर ध्यान देना. See, when you are dealing with the revenue position, when revenue is greater than or equal to total cost, revenue is greater than or equal to total cost. So whether it is short run or long run, you should continue. When revenue is even less than the variable cost, whether it is short run or long run, you should not continue. The right term that goes with the word short run is shutdown, and long run it is exit. Exit matlab closing down permanently, and shutdown means it is always a temporary decision. You shut down the plant, and when the situations improve, you start operating again. So that's a temporary decision of shutting down, whereas exit is a permanent decision. So dhyan rakhna, when it is long run, you end up taking an exit. Now, when revenue is greater than or equal to variable cost, but revenue is less than the total cost, so if it is a matter of short run, you should continue. In the long run, you should make an exit. This point you should be very, very clear with. Now, quickly go through these paragraphs and tell me whether you are clear with this or not. Go through these paragraphs and tell me if you are clear or not. I believe you people are clear with this, right? Now, if I take you ahead, short run and long run decisions. Short run shutdown point when price is less than the average variable cost. When the price is less than the average variable cost, you should always go for a short run shutdown. Long run shutdown point when the price is lower than the average total cost. So keep in mind one thing, shutdown and break even summary for perfect and imperfect competition is laid down over here. पहले आप perfect competition वाला point समझ लो, and when you are clear with the perfect competition, you will be applying similar logic for arriving at imperfect competition conclusion. Now this chart which I have shown over here, I will want you to take a picture or maybe note down, because this is very, very crucial. In case of perfect competition, what you should do if price is greater than the average total cost, whether it is short run or long run, you should continue. If price is equal to average total cost, you should continue in case of break even, whether it is short run or long run. If price is greater than average variable cost but price is lower than the average total cost, in case of short run you continue and minimize your loss. In case of long run, you shut down. Because it's a long run, I told you the right word will be exit, because it is a loss making situation. And if price is lower than the average variable cost, short run decision definitely you should shut down, long run decision also you should shut down. In fact, we will add one word over here within brackets as exit. Okay? And once you are clear with the perfect competition, imperfect competition में एक ही point आएगा, you don't ever deal with the average values in case of imperfect competition. imperfect competition always compares the total value. So it is always total revenue compared with the total cost, and in certain situations it is compared with the total variable cost. I want you all to carefully note down this entire table and give me a clear signal that are you people clear with that or not. Once this part is done and clear, you people can take a short break. Quickly take a short break, and after the break, we will start with economies and diseconomies of scales. Economies and diseconomies of scales. But right now, I am still putting this on display in case somebody is still to note it down. So you can take a short break and then we resume after the break. All right. I believe all of you are back from the break. Please confirm, are you all back from the break? Now, we take our next point of discussion on economies and diseconomies of scale. तो स्केल का मतलब क्या होता है? Small scale production, large scale production. Scale definitely is dealing with the volume. Low volume, high volume. So should you lower down the volume? Should you increase the volume? So when you increase the volume of production, here we are not mainly talking about sales, we are talking about production. If you increase the volume of production, what causes the changes in your average cost per unit? And for that, इसके लिए एक examples वाला कोई scenario लेते हैं, like say example, variable cost per unit is $20. Total fixed cost is $20,000. Determine total cost and average cost per unit. Determine total cost and average cost per unit if the production quantity is case 1 40,000 units, case 2 50,000 units, case 3 80,000 units. Or you may keep it this one as not 50 but say 60,000 units. ठीक है? You can keep, एक मिनट रुको, let me write it properly. $60,000 units. So case 1, case 2, case 3. I want you to find the total cost and average cost per unit under these 3 cases. Before I take you ahead, I want you all to do this calculation quickly. Do this calculation quickly. Come on guys, by now you should have computed this already. Give me the final conclusion. इसका आंसर क्या आ रहा है बताओ. देखो, we can make it as a tabular presentation. 40,000 units, 60,000 units, and 80,000 units. These are units. Total variable cost. Variable cost is at the rate of 20 per unit. So 20 into 40,000, that is in dollars. Dollar 800,000. Dollar 1,200,000. Dollar 1,600,000. Correct? And fixed cost कितना है? Fixed cost is just 20,000. Total fixed cost in dollars is just 20,000. So what happens to your total cost? That will be again in dollars. तो यहाँ पर 820,000, 1,220,000 and 1,620,000. So what is your average cost per unit? Average cost per unit. Find it. Can someone give me the calculation if you have done already? अरे ये हुआ कि नहीं? Average cost per unit. Just divide the total cost by quantity. Just divide the total cost by quantity. Somebody please use the calculator and do the math. $20.50, $20.33 and $20.25. What do you observe? Average cost per unit reduces with increase in quantity. इसी को तो हम कहते हैं economies of scale. That is what we call as economies of scale. That is what we call as economies of scale. ठीक है? Clear? Now, I'll give you one more example. Another example. Variable cost per unit is $20. Total fixed cost is $300,000. Variable cost per unit को आप 20 मत करो, you keep it 30. Variable cost per unit is 30. Total fixed cost is 300,000 and determine total cost and cost per unit if इसको एवरेज कर लो and average cost per unit if the production quantity is, हमने केस 1 2 रखा था, सेम वे केस 1 केस 2 केस 3. तो केस 1 it is 40,000, 60,000 and 80,000. ठीक है. And there is a condition given the variable cost per unit will be $30 up to 60,000 units. Thereafter it will be $40 per unit for all quantity produced. Take this example and let me see if you are able to solve it. your computation of total cost should be correct. Thereafter, automatically your variable cost and total cost, I mean variable cost and fixed cost aggregated, it will be total cost, and transform that information of total cost into average cost per unit and look into what is happening. So what we can find as part of your answer, case 1, case 2, case 3, total variable cost, total fixed cost, and aggregate of this will give you total cost, and divided by quantity to get average cost per unit. So in case 1, your total variable cost comes to 1,200,000. Over here it will be 1,800,000, and यहाँ पर it will be 3,200,000. Fixed cost is fixed for all cases, that will be 300,000, 300,000, 300,000. So total cost will be 1,500,000, 2,100,000, and 3,500,000. Quantity is 40,000, 60,000, and 80,000. So your average cost per unit will be what? $37.50, $35, and $43.75. Now going from this to this, it will be creating economies of scale, correct? And going from this quantity to this quantity, it is creating diseconomies of scale. स्केल बढ़ाया आपने 60,000 के बाद, and some of you are wrongly interpreting this as inverted U shape. It will not be inverted U shape, it will be U shape. It will not be inverted U shape. देखो देखो, it will not be inverted U shape, it will be U shape. कैसे? Graphically, if you observe, initially the cost is reducing, right? The average cost per unit is reducing. For some time it will be a little stagnant, and then from here the cost will rise. Look at the nature. It's becoming what? U-shaped curve. This is the average cost per unit. Average cost per unit. So up to this stage, ये जो stage है, this is the lowest possible average cost per unit. Lowest possible average cost per unit. तो उसके पहले वाला जो part है ना, this part is what we call as economies of scale, whereas this part is diseconomies of scale. Initially, up to the point of that lowest possible average cost per unit, it is economies of scale, and later on it will be diseconomies of scale. Once you are clear with this, then you have to deal with this in a different manner. That is to understand this in long run and short run. Before I explain the long run and short run concept, can I have a confirmation that you people are clear up to this part? Before I go with long run and short run concept, can I have a confirmation that you are clear up to this part? Please allow me a moment to change the device. So under the heading economies and diseconomies of scale, you would write the short run average total cost, which will be a curve. It typically show a U shape indicating that cost per unit fall initially as output increases but eventually rise due to higher production. This increase is caused by the following key reasons. Now what could be the reasons? Number one, law of diminishing marginal returns, overutilization of fixed resources, operational inefficiencies, increase in marginal cost, limit on capital substitution, मेंटेनेंस एंड डाउन टाइम कॉस्ट. बेटा ये रीजंस आपको मालूम होने चाहिए, ये रीजंस आपको मालूम होने चाहिए, बिकॉज आई विल टेल यू द काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस दैट आई हैव सीन, द काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस दैट आई हैव सीन वो क्या रिफ्लेक्ट करता है मालूम आपको? व्हाट काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस? देखो वो बोल रहा है दैट दिस इंक्रीज इज कॉज्ड बाय द फॉलोइंग रीजंस, है ना. सो वो बोलता है which one is not the reason for increase in average total cost resulting into diseconomies of scale. वो तीन ऑप्शंस में से दो कोई भी ये वाले पॉइंट दे देंगे, एंड वन विल बी वन पॉइंट वेयर एक्चुअली द कॉस्ट शुड reduce. So you have to identify which one is not following that condition. तो उसके लिए आपको मालूम होना चाहिए all these reasons very clearly, all these reasons very clearly. So what I want you all to do, carefully observe one thing, कि इन सारे pointers में से 1 2 3 4 5 6 points, इसका implication आपको समझ में आता है कि नहीं? Should you have any doubt, you should ask me immediately, get it clarified. So these are the pinpointed reasons that why diseconomy may arise after a certain point in production. So I'll give you a minute to take note of this, and once you are clear with that, we will move ahead. All right. Now, what is the next point for you to understand? I want everyone's 100% attention over here. Dekho, what happens? This is something important. We are talking about economies and diseconomies of scale. So on the x-axis we have taken the output, on the y-axis we have taken the cost in the form of average total cost. Now this is the curve for long run average total cost, and as we discussed it's a U-shaped curve. अभी क्या होता है long run? Now what about short run average total cost? It will have the same nature, U-shaped curve. Look at this short run average total cost curve. Suppose this is your entire production on a long run, and in a short run you just had one plant, मतलब आपके पास सिर्फ एक फैक्ट्री है. In that case आपने जैसे से प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाया तो इनिशियली द कॉस्ट केम डाउन in terms of average cost per unit, and after this point the cost started rising. ठीक है, अब जब ये कॉस्ट बढ़ने लग गया तो यू वांट टू स्टॉप देयर, यू डोंट वांट टू ऑपरेट दैट वे. तो आपको समझ में आया कि भाई ये तो डिसइकोनॉमी हो रहा है. सो यू इंस्टॉल्ड वन मोर प्लांट. सुन लो, यू इंस्टॉल्ड वन मोर प्लांट. द मोमेंट यू इंस्टॉल्ड वन मोर प्लांट, शॉर्ट रन में क्या हुआ कि वापस से एक सेकेंड कर्व बना, दैट योर कॉस्ट अगेन स्टार्टेड रिड्यूसिंग बिकॉज ऑफ टू प्लांट्स इनटू ऑपरेशन. बट वो सेकेंड प्लांट में भी यू brought the cost up to this level and then the cost started rising up. तो जैसे ही cost per unit फिर से बढ़ने लगा, what you have done again, you have installed a third plant, third factory, and that again initially reduced the cost and then it started rising up. तो क्या हो रहा है, with more and more expansion you don't want to put load on one single factory. तो आप number of factories अपनी या factory का जो volume है, the production capacity, आप capacity को enlarge करते जा रहे हो. तो on a long run also look at the bigger curve, it is also having a reduction in average cost per unit on a long run. तो short run में तो हो ही रहा है, short run में बार बार छोटा छोटा U shape curve बन रहा है. Long run it's a big U shape curve that is being formulated. But look at one thing, if you keep doing like this, if you keep doing like this, you are installing new and new plants, new and new factories. इसका impact क्या होगा, इसका impact क्या होगा, there will be a minimum efficient scale. मतलब now you long run also you cannot bring down the cost below this line. That means below that level you cannot bring down the cost. इसके बाद तो long run में भी cost बढ़ने लगे. Even if you are increasing the number of plants, your overall production cost in terms of per unit will still start rising. That is why to the area prior to that we call as economies of scale. इसको economies of scale क्यों बोल रहे, whether it is lowering down the average cost per unit or not is the test of the economy. So it is lowering down the cost, so it is economies of scale. From this point the average cost per unit starts rising on a long run, so that is what we identify as diseconomies of scale. I want you people to look into this graph. If you want you can take the screenshot and confirm to me one thing, understanding wise you don't have a problem with this. Understanding wise you don't have a problem with this. This graph is given in your Squazer book as well as in your core material as well. All right, so once you have covered this part, we will move ahead once this is done and clear. Let me change the device. So this is now let us look into what is given in your notes. Economies and diseconomies of scale. What is the meaning of economies of scale? Once a firm survives, the next objective is to be and become more efficient. As production expands, the average cost per unit may initially fall. This phenomenon is called economies of scale. Large firms become more efficient because they benefit from specialization of labor, better machinery and technology, bulk purchasing discounts, more efficient production process. As output increases, cost per unit falls. The long run average total cost, that is LRATC curve, slopes downward in this region. Now there is something called minimum efficient scale. मिनिमम एफिशिएंट स्केल मतलब वो स्केल जिससे नीचे आपका कॉस्ट पर यूनिट नहीं जा पाएगा, ठीक है. देयर इज अ मिनिमम एफिशिएंट स्केल. दिस इज द बेस्ट थिंग दैट यू कैन अचीव. Eventually firm reaches a point where average cost is the lowest possible. This is called minimum efficient scale. Operating at MES, that is minimum efficient scale, means a business has achieved its most efficient plant size. तो एक बार आप इस पॉइंट पर आ जाते हो, after increasing the production is not going to give you benefit at all. So what eventually arises after that point is diseconomies of scale. तो जो लोएस्ट रॉक बॉटम पार्ट था उस यू शेप्ड कर्व में, दैट इज कॉल्ड MES, दैट इज मिनिमम एफिशिएंट स्केल. इन perfect competition firms tend to operate around this level in long run because the competition eliminates, if the competition eliminates, firms will be operating at higher cost, ठीक है. So firms will be trying to operate at this stage when it is imperfect competition. So diseconomies of scale. Growing larger is not always beneficial. Beyond a certain size, complexity begins to create inefficiencies. Communication becomes slower, departments overlap, decision making becomes bureaucratic, managers lose control, innovation slows, employees become less motivated. As a result, average cost begin to rise. Big list of reasons why average cost per unit rises. Just before a while I have given you some additional bullet pointers explaining that what could be the reasons for the average cost per unit to rise. This is called diseconomies of scale. Then we start identifying that as diseconomies for scale. So economy कब तक है? Up to the point of MES, and beyond MES it will become diseconomy of scale. Then what is the role of long run and short run? We have talked about that. Now whatever we have discussed by far, thinking framework. Now how would you apply your thinking framework when you have to deal with MCQs of this type? Whenever a shutdown or break even question appears, train your mind or train yourself to think in this exact order. Compare revenue with variable cost. If revenue cannot cover the variable cost, shut down immediately, whether it is short run or long run. If revenue covers variable cost but not total cost, continue in the short run, exit in the long run. तो continue करना आपका decision रहेगा in a short run, but you should exit in a long run. If revenue covers total cost, continue in both short run and long run. Never begin by looking at profit or loss. Begin by asking which cost are being recovered. ये जो मैंने thinking framework यहाँ पर लिखा हुआ है, I would want you to make sure that you are absolutely clear with that, एंड ये जो पॉइंट है एक और, कांस्टेंट रिटर्न टू स्केल बिटवीन इकोनॉमीज एंड डिसइकोनॉमीज, वो जो यू शेप में एकदम रॉक बॉटम पार्ट आया था, दैट इज व्हाट वी कॉल एज कांस्टेंट रिटर्न टू स्केल. सो ये पूरा का पूरा मैटर, आई विल वांट यू टू जस्ट क्विकली टेक नोट ऑफ दिस, particularly your thinking framework, how it should be. Once we are done with that, we will begin with the next part of the chapter. Now, this is the next segment of your chapter, understanding those 4 types of market structures. So basically, what is the focus point in your entire chapter? Focus point, 4 types of market structure. One is perfect competition, the major focus on perfect competition. Then within imperfect competition, you have 3 categories: monopolistic competition, oligopoly and monopoly. So monopolistic competition versus oligopoly, this will have lot of comparative based questions in exam. एग्जाम में बार बार ये टेस्ट किया जा सकता है कि एक गिवन सिनेरियो को आप कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करते हो, कैसे परसीव करते हो, वेदर इट इज अ मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन और इज इट ओलिगोपोली. सो एंड स्टूडेंट्स कीप आस्किंग मी अबाउट, सर मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन मतलब मोनोपोली जैसा दिखता है. इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट. मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन is something which is not a monopoly, but it is not even to the extreme perfect competition. Imperfect competition में जो best efficiency वाला market रहेगा, that will be monopolistic competition. मतलब it will have mixed characteristics of perfect competition and imperfect competition in a way. Of course, it is coming in the category of imperfect competition, but there will be certain characteristics which will match with perfect competition. ठीक है. Whereas जो बाकी के imperfect competition वाले markets हैं, that is oligopoly market and monopoly market, that is very different. तो monopolistic competition is not a monopoly. Monopolistic competition is the highest order of imperfect competition which is near और क्लोज टू परफेक्ट कंपटीशन. तो परफेक्ट कंपटीशन के बाद जो नेक्स्ट स्टेज आता है, इट इज डेफिनेटली कमिंग अंडर इम्परफेक्ट कंपटीशन, बट उसका जो पहला स्टेज रहेगा दैट विल बी मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन. सो वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दीज 4 फॉर्म्स ऑफ मार्केट स्ट्रक्चर एंड अगेन ब्रॉड कैटेगराइजेशन कैसे करेंगे. तो ये इनिशियल पार्ट यू कैन जस्ट क्विकली रीड एंड अंडरस्टैंड ऑन योर ओन. What about the basics of these market structures? The 5 important parameters that we should discuss, I'm going to talk about that in detail, but quickly go through this part and give me a signal that you are done and clear with that, and then we move ahead. Without wasting time, be a little faster and do that. So I believe you are clear with this part. Now moving ahead, very important discussion, very important discussion. क्या बोल रहा है ये? The 5 questions used to identify market structure. आपको कभी भी किसी भी market form को identify करना है, तो basically these 5 questions you should put forward. First, how many firms operate in the market and what is their relative sizes? How many firms operate in a market? तो भाई सीधी बात है, सिंगल फर्म ऑपरेट कर रहा है तो आप क्या बोलोगे? मोनोपोली ऑफ इम्परफेक्ट कंपटीशन व्हेन वी आर डीलिंग विथ मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन. तो एज आई सेड देयर विल बी सर्टेन मिक्स मैच of characteristics among different categories, and that is where एक criteria से काम नहीं चलेगा. You will have to look into multiple criterias, correct? You will have to look into multiple criterias. Second, are their products identical, close substitutes or significantly differentiated? तो क्या होता है, when the products are identical, it could give rise to something like monopolistic competition or more importantly perfect competition. But monopoly में, oligopoly में, it may not happen the case like that. There may be situations of close substitutes or the products could be significantly differentiated. Third, how much power does each firm possess over the price of its product? If it is complete control, तो monopoly हो गया. No power at all, तो it is perfect competition. तो अब that becomes the criteria. तो एक criteria से काम नहीं चलेगा. You will have to look into multiple criteria to identify what kind of market structure it is. तो एग्जाम के क्वेश्चंस इस मामले में थोड़े से ट्रिकी होते हैं. ट्रिकी कैसे होते हैं कि दे विल फॉर्मुलेट क्वेश्चंस वेयर दे विल गिव यू अ कपल ऑफ कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स ऑफ परफेक्ट कंपटीशन और एक कैरेक्टरिस्टिक डाल देगा जो मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन का है. और वो जो पहले दोनों कैरेक्टरिस्टिक थे वहां पर परफेक्ट कंपटीशन एंड मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन दे हैव कॉमन कैरेक्टरिस्टिक. तो वो क्वेश्चन पढ़ के आपको दिख रहा है परफेक्ट कंपटीशन बट दैट इज एक्चुअली मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन. तो दीज सिचुएशंस में इमर्ज इन एग्जाम, वहां पर आपको क्लैरिटी बहुत अच्छी होनी चाहिए. Fourth, how difficult it is for the new firms to enter or existing firms to leave the industry. Finally, do firms compete only through prices or also through branding, advertising, product quality and features? What is the mode of creating competitive advantage? Competitive advantage समझते हो ना? Competitive advantage is a scenario. It's a situation where you are able to create an advantage amongst your competitors by either product differentiation or price differentiation. Product differentiation मतलब क्या? Offering the product at the same kind of price at what your competitors are offering, but at a better quality. मतलब price is same, but you are having better quality, better features, better utility of that product. On the other side, what could be price differentiation? Offering products which are matching with the competitor's product but offering at a lower price. तो आप कौन से चीज पर बैटल कर रहे हो अपने कॉम्पिटिटर से? इज इट प्राइस डिफरेंशिएशन और प्रोडक्ट डिफरेंशिएशन? इवन दैट कैन हेल्प यू आइडेंटिफाई कि what kind of market structure you belong to. So these 5 factors are more useful than simply counting number of firms. So in simple words, कोई एक फैक्टर देखकर आपको कंक्लूड नहीं कर लेना है फट से. यू हैव टू लुक इनटू ऑल द 5 कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स. बेटा बिफोर आई मूव फॉरवर्ड एक कॉन्फर्मेशन मुझे दे दो कि इज दिस होल थिंग क्लियर टू यू और नॉट. इफ दिस होल थिंग इज क्लियर टू यू और नॉट. All right. If you are clear with this, now we talk about profit maximization. Profit maximization, the rule common to all firms. Now, regardless of the market structure, point पर ध्यान देंगे, regardless of the market structure, a firm maximizes profit by producing the quantity at which marginal revenue equals to marginal cost. मतलब जब आप इस point पर पहुंच जाते हो, when marginal revenue equals to marginal cost, that is the point of maximum profit. अब क्या होता है, no matter which type of market structure it is, सबके लिए ये rule तो common है कि profit maximization कब होगा, when marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost. This rule applies to perfect competition, monopolistic competition, oligopoly and monopoly. मतलब basically it applies on all market forms and structures. It applies on all types of market structures. Now, the firm should continue increasing its production as long as revenue from the next unit exceeds the cost of producing it. Every additional unit, its marginal revenue should be greater than the marginal cost. So if the marginal revenue becomes equal to marginal cost, you stop producing. That is where the optimum quantity or the profit maximization quantity arises. Once the additional cost becomes greater than additional revenue, producing more reduces your profit instead of increasing the profit. Therefore, profit maximizing condition is always, always, always marginal revenue equals to marginal cost. ठीक है. However, relationship between price marginal revenue differs across the market structure. Perfect competition में we have already seen that price equals to average revenue, which is equal to marginal revenue. But in every imperfect competition market, the price searcher market, the price is always greater than the marginal revenue. In other words, marginal revenue will always be less than the price. Now, we are trying to identify various characteristics of perfect competition. So focus point is perfect competition. So perfect competition represents the highest possible level of competition. Highest possible level of competition. There are many firms. सबसे पहला characteristic, there are many firms and every firm is extremely small relative to entire market. Therefore, the production decision of any single firm cannot meaningfully influence the market price. The firms sell identical or homogeneous product. ये second characteristic हो गया. Buyers do not care which particular firm supplies a product because the products are perfect substitutes. Barriers to entry and exit are very low. A new firm can enter relatively easily when profits are available and an existing firm can leave very easily when the losses persist. Firms compete mainly through price क्योंकि products तो identical है ना. When there are identical products, there will be no chance of product differentiation that you can create. Branding and advertising provide little benefit because one firm's product is not meaningfully different from another's. The wheat market is a useful approximation. The overall forces of market demand and market supply determine the price of the wheat. An individual farmer simply decides how much wheat to supply at what price. So beta, I want you all to go through this list of pointers explaining perfect competition और मुझे कंक्लूड करके बताओ कि परफेक्ट कंपटीशन क्लियर हुआ या नहीं हुआ. All right, if you are done and clear with this, let us talk about monopolistic competition. Monopolistic competition contains elements of both competition and monopoly. It is competitive because many firms operate. अभी देखो many firms operate. ये किसके जैसा characteristic हो गया? It is characteristic similar to perfect competition, क्योंकि perfect competition also you have seen many firms operate in an industry and barriers to entry are relatively low. Perfect competition जितना low नहीं है, but it is still low. It contains a limited monopolistic element because each firm sells somewhat differentiated product and therefore has some control over its own price. So this is a distinguishing characteristic of monopolistic competition as compared to perfect competition. The defining characteristics are many independent sellers, differentiated products. देखो यहाँ पर ये characteristic different हो गया. It was identical products in case of perfect competition. Low barriers to entry is a similar characteristic. Close substitutes was not the case with perfect competition क्योंकि वहाँ तो identical products था. Significant marketing expenditure and some pricing power. In perfect competition there was no pricing power at all. Now we talk about product differentiation. Products under monopolistic competition are not identical but they are close substitutes. ये याद रखना पड़ेगा बेटा कि they are not identical but they are close substitutes. Identical बोला मतलब it could give hint of perfect competition but not just standalone. That characteristic आपको दूसरे components भी देखने. The differences or the difference may arise. Wait a minute. Yeah, once again. The difference may arise from actual output quality, design, location, customer service, packaging, reputation, branding, or simply consumer perception. Toothpaste is a classic example. Different brands perform broadly similar functions, but firms differentiate themselves using claims relating to whitening, freshness, sensitivity protection, ingredients and brand reputation. अभी कौन सा पॉइंट लेकर आप एडवर्टाइजिंग एजेंडा अपना बनाते हो, that is differentiated and that is an indication of monopolistic competition. A branded food product and a house brand version may even be physically similar but sell at different prices because consumers perceive a difference between them. Existence of such price difference provides evidence of product differentiation. So I want you all to make sure that under monopolistic competition ये जो point है product differentiation का, you should be absolutely clear with that. I'm waiting for your response. Please confirm to me that you are done and clear and then only I can proceed ahead. All right. I can find you people are done and clear with that. So let us move on to the next feature, that is oligopoly. An oligopoly contains only a few significant sellers. However, the number of firms alone is not its most important characteristic. The defining characteristics is interdependence. ध्यान रखना, interdependence आया मतलब it has a biggest linkage with oligopoly. Each firm is large enough for its pricing, production, advertising, or product designs to affect its competitors. Therefore, every firm must anticipate how its rival will respond before taking action. An automobile manufacturer cannot decide its price or launch strategy without considering what other major automobile manufacturers may do in response. मतलब your actions may not be completely independent. Your actions may not be completely independent. Your actions are dependent upon the actions of your competitors. That is why the term used over here is interdependence. The term used over here is interdependence. An automobile manufacturer cannot decide the price or launch strategy. जब तक आपको दूसरे competitors का launch strategy क्या है, कौन से टाइम पर वो कौन सा मॉडल लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, all these things if you cannot perceive and compare, then you cannot create your own strategy. This is a feature with the oligopoly market. So let us look into the characteristics of oligopoly. Barriers to entry are generally high. देखो, extreme low barriers to entry, that was perfect competition. Fairly low barriers to entry, monopolistic competition. But generally high barriers to entry is a characteristic of, it's a characteristic of oligopoly. Now these situations arise from economies of scale, large capital requirements, strong brands, patents, technology, distribution networks, or regulatory protection. Products may be homogeneous, as in some commodity industries, or differentiated, as in automobile, airlines और smartphones. तो भाई प्रोडक्ट्स होमोजीनियस भी हो सकता है. किसके जैसा कैरेक्टरिस्टिक हो गया, परफेक्ट कंपटीशन. तो होमोजीनियस प्रोडक्ट तो आपको परफेक्ट कंपटीशन में भी मिल रहा था, वहाँ का तो बेसिक कैरेक्टरिस्टिक था कि सेम आइडेंटिकल था वो बेसिकली. यहाँ पर वो होमोजीनियस प्रोडक्ट बोल रहा है, तो यहाँ पर भी इट इज़ अ सिमिलर टाइप ऑफ प्रोडक्ट. तो होमोजेनियस या आइडेंटिकल देखकर आपको डिसाइड नहीं करना है. आई टोल्ड यू अगेन एंड अगेन, वन फैक्टर शुड नॉट डिसाइड. It is application of multiple factors that should be the deciding parameter. Firms may possess substantial pricing power, but that power is constrained by expected reaction of competitors. मतलब आपके प्राइसिंग स्ट्रैटेजी पर कॉम्पिटिटर्स कैसे रिएक्ट कर रहे हैं, ये बहुत बड़ा एक पॉइंट बन सकता है. कंपटीशन में ऑकर थ्रू प्राइस, एडवर्टाइजिंग, इनोवेशन, सर्विस, प्रोडक्ट क्वालिटी एंड फीचर्स. बिकॉज स्ट्रैटेजिक रिएक्शंस मैटर, there is no single universal price and output model for oligopoly. Homogeneous products do not automatically mean perfect competition. This is a pointer to remember. This is a pointer for you to remember कि भाई homogeneous product देखकर फट से perfect competition conclude मत कर लेना. A market with only few firms selling a homogeneous product can still be an oligopoly. The number and relative sizes of firms, barriers to entry, and strategic interdependence must also be considered. For example, small number of large petroleum or metal producers sell broadly standardized products. अभी एक बात सोचो, small number of petroleum sellers. अब petroleum sellers तो क्या product sell कर रहे हैं, petroleum. In that case, if it is a petroleum product, वो तो identical ही हुआ ना, it is homogeneous product. अब क्या differentiation कर सकते हैं, तो HP will have say HP power as one of the type of its petrol. On the other side, the Bharat Petroleum will have speed as one of the type of the petrol. So normal petrol and a little better differentiated product, that will may have a different name or characteristic, but more or less it is similar. That could be not identical but homogeneous products. Now broadly standardized products still operate in an oligopolistic market. मतलब there may be standardized products but still they may operate in oligopoly market. इसका मतलब ये कि किसी भी एक कैरेक्टरिस्टिक के बेसिस पर डिसीजन नहीं लेना है, मल्टीपल कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स यू हैव टू लुक इनटू. नाउ लास्टली इट इज मोनोपोली. मोनोपोली मुझे समझाने की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए, इट इज दैट इजी. सिंगल सप्लायर, सिंगल फर्म सप्लाइज द एंटायर मार्केट. पूरे मार्केट में एक ही सप्लायर है. द मोनोपोलिस्ट इज बोथ द फर्म and the industry. मतलब जो monopolist है is both the firm and industry. Therefore, the demand curve faced by monopolist in the market demand is the market demand curve itself, which is downward sloping. तो दैट ये भूलना मत था, मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन हो, मोनोपोली हो, ओलिगोपोली हो, ऑल दीज आर पार्ट्स ऑफ परफेक्ट competition or imperfect competition. They are all categories of imperfect competition. तो imperfect competition में एक common characteristic तो है ही, that the demand curve will always slope downward. ठीक है, reading it ahead, what do we see? Because no close substitutes exist. Why no close substitute? एक ही तो supplier है, तो there is no chance of any close substitutes. Monopoly generally possesses significant pricing power. ठीक है. However, a monopolist cannot independently choose both price and quantity. It can choose price and accept the quantity demanded at that price, or choose a quantity and charge the price indicated by the market demand curve. बट अल्टीमेटली आपको प्राइस या क्वांटिटी दो में से कोई एक चीज सिलेक्ट करना होगा. इट्स मार्केट पावर डज नॉट एलिमिनेट द लॉ ऑफ डिमांड. लॉ ऑफ डिमांड तो मार्केट का कैरेक्टरिस्टिक है ना, दैट कैन नॉट गेट एलिमिनेटेड जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ मोनोपोलीज एग्जिस्टेंस. सोर्सेज ऑफ मोनोपोली पावर. मोनोपोली का पावर कहां से आएगा? तो पेटेंट्स एंड कॉपीराइट, गवर्नमेंट लाइसेंसेस और रेगुलेशन, एक्सक्लूसिव कंट्रोल ओवर an essential resource, extremely large economies of scale, network effects, legal protection generated to or granted to a public utility. Now, market structure spectrum, ये पूरा का पूरा एक summarized discussion है यहाँ पर. I have explained this to you fully. I want you people to read this part carefully. The market structure spectrum. This is a summary of the whole discussion that we have made. Summary of the whole discussion that we have made. All right, now the thinking framework, something very, very important. Thinking framework. Thinking framework. When identifying market structure, do not rely on a single clue. Use this order. First, look at barriers to entry. Low barriers generally point towards perfect or monopolistic competition. High barriers point towards oligopoly or monopoly. मतलब आपने एक बार barriers to entry पर focus कर दिया तो आपको broad categorization तो clear हो जाएगा. Second, examine the product. Identical products with many firms suggest perfect competition. Differentiated products with many firms suggest monopolistic competition. Homogeneous or differentiated products with only few large firms suggest oligopoly. है ना? Third, ask whether firms are interdependent. If each firm must consider competitors' reaction, the answer is usually oligopoly. Fourth, examine substitutes. No good substitutes combined with a single seller indicates a monopoly. Finally, consider the pricing power and non-price competition. No pricing power points towards perfect competition. Some pricing power with heavy branding points towards monopolistic competition. Significant strategic pricing power among few firms point towards oligopoly. And complete price control तो monopoly में है ही. So I'm sure this part, this whole thinking framework, I'm giving you time, you may take the screenshot of this. ये आपको याद रखना पड़ेगा, ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा. मैं याद रखने का मतलब आई एम नॉट आस्किंग यू टू बाय हार्ट दिस, ठीक है, बट दिस इज समथिंग इंपॉर्टेंट. Once you give me a signal that you are done and clear with this, we shall proceed ahead. Now, just give me a moment to connect to my other device. Let us now focus on what is the content given in your Squeezer book. एक बार ये भी देख लेते हैं Squeezer book में क्या दिया हुआ है. क्योंकि क्या होता है, मोस्ट ऑफ यू आर स्टिल गोइंग टू रेफर द स्क्वेजर बुक एनीवे, तो मेक श्योर दैट ये सब हो गया है. तो फर्स्ट थिंग गिवन इन स्क्वेजर बुक इज अगेन अबाउट ब्रेक इवन, शट डाउन एंड स्केल. स्केल का मतलब द इकोनॉमीज एंड डिसइकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल. तो दिस पार्ट वी हैव कंप्लीटली डिस्कस्ड. शट डाउन एंड ब्रेक इवन अंडर परफेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन. Shut down and break even under imperfect competition. We have taken these kind of numerical examples. Economies and diseconomies of scale also we have completed. ये भी हो गया. Characteristics of market structures. अभी you remember those 5 points. Perfect competition, monopolistic competition, oligopoly, monopoly. And then in your Squeezer book, a summary table is also given. मैंने जिसको आपको पॉइंटर्स बताया था, यहाँ पर इट इज़ गिवन इन अ टैब्यूलर फॉर्मेट. तो सेम थिंग कन्वेड, ठीक है, सेम थिंग कन्वेड. आई वुड वॉन्ट यू टू गो थ्रू दिस टेबल एज वेल, क्योंकि अच्छा टेबल बनाया हुआ है. तो देखो, स्क्वेजर बुक अच्छा नहीं है, हमको ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए. उसमें कहीं कहीं इनकम्प्लीटनेस है, डिटेलिंग जहाँ होनी चाहिए वहाँ पर नहीं है. बट कुछ कुछ चीज़ें तो अच्छी भी है स्क्वेजर बुक में, विच इज़ अप्रिशिएटेड एंड वर्थ रीडिंग. नाउ इसके बाद ना एक डिस्कशन आता है अबाउट डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ मॉडल्स. डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ मॉडल्स में किंग्ड डिमांड कर्व, कोरनॉट डिओपोली मॉडल, नैश इक्विलिब्रियम मॉडल, स्टैकलबर्ग डोमिनेंट फर्म मॉडल. ये सब मॉडल्स, मुझे पहले सच सच बताओ, आप लोगों ने कभी पढ़ा भी है ये सब मॉडल कि कभी नहीं पढ़ा? बिकॉज इफ यू हैव लर्न दीज मॉडल्स, स्क्वेजर बुक में एक्सप्लेनेशन तो दिया है, ठीक है, एंड lot of graphical presentation as well. And after these models, we have majorly all these model belong to oligopoly. And एक बार ये सारा पार्ट हो जाता है तो फिर आइडेंटिफाइंग मार्केट स्ट्रक्चर्स में मार्केट शेयर इज द लास्ट पार्ट ऑफ डिस्कशन. मतलब 2 चीज़ें अभी करनी बाकी है. दैट इज अबाउट द डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ मॉडल्स अंडर ओलिगोपोली, एंड देन फॉलोड बाय द मार्केट शेयर कॉन्सेप्ट. सो व्हाट वी डू, विल कंप्लीट द मार्केट शेयर कॉन्सेप्ट एंड दैट पार्ट. ठीक है, आप लोग अभी कितना बज रहा है? वी कंप्लीट दैट पार्ट नाउ, एंड आफ्टर दैट ये बस, दिस इज द लास्ट थिंग. Then we start taking MCQs of chapter 1. So around 30 MCQs will be solving today. Around 30 MCQs picked up from your core material mainly. ठीक है, core material के almost सारे MCQs मैंने यहाँ पर cover किए. So we will be doing this discussion first, and post lunch we will be taking the MCQs. ठीक है, तो let's get started with this part. So allow me to change the device. let's begin with the discussion on market share. So now we are starting with the discussion on market share. Very, very important part, the last part of your chapter 1, market share. So what is market share? Simple logic is, suppose in the whole industry, in that segment, for example, we are talking about mobile phones. So suppose number of mobile phones sold weekly in India, it is say 10,000 units, and a particular brand is selling 3,000 units out of 10,000 units. So we will simply conclude that its market share for that period, it is 30%. तो कौन कितना proportion में सेल कर रहा है पूरे इंडस्ट्री में? What proportion of the sale is achieved by you within the industry? That is market share. तो market share क्या होता है? In case of perfect competition, market share is scattered. मतलब हर किसी का market share थोड़ा, because there are many players. सबका थोड़ा market share है. Market is never going to be concentrated. Market will not be concentrated. तो हमारा objective within market share is to understand whether the market share is concentrated with a few firms or the market share is spread across the horizon among many firms. So why market share is crucial? What exactly analyst would want to assess? Let us talk about that. Why do analysts care? Market share indicates how much of the industry's business belong to one company. Higher market share generally means stronger competitive position, better customer acceptance, greater bargaining power, potential pricing power. So I'm not giving you time to note down this whole thing. You can just take the screenshot and I will take you ahead. So moving ahead now, and how do you compute market share? So company's revenue will be divided by total industry revenue, multiply by 100, it will give you the market share. For example, if the company revenue is rupees 250 crores and entire industry is having the sale of or revenue of rupees 1000 crore, then market share will be 250 crore divided by 1000 crore, that will be, sorry, $250 crore divided by 1000 crore, that will be 25%. So once again, I'm sure this part is very easily understandable. This is having absolutely no complication at all. Just confirm to me you are done and clear with this, and you may take the screenshot. There's no need to write down the whole thing. Just take the screenshot and give me a confirmation that you are clear with that, and we shall move ahead. Now market share, important observation. Observation number 1, industry size is difficult to measure. So market share is an estimate rather than exact number. Observation number 2, analysts must focus more on the trend than 1 year's figure. For example, if year 23, 24 and 25 gives you increasing market share like this, that is 18%, 20%, 24%, what is observed as a trend, that market share is continuously rising. Even if profits fluctuate, this tells us customers increasingly prefer the company's products. That means the market share of that company is continuously rising. And one more observation point, if your market share is rising, that means a competitor's market share is reducing, correct? So again, you may please take the screenshot of the same. Please take the screenshot and then we proceed ahead. Observation 3. Acquisition can artificially increase market share. Now, ये acquisition मतलब क्या? You know, one business taking over another business, जिसको हम business combination कह सकते हैं, acquisition कह सकते हैं, merger कह सकते हैं. If one business is taking over another business, and because of that, अब obviously कौन सा business कौन से business को take over करता है? A bigger बैंक में टेक ओवर अ स्मॉलर बैंक, तो उसका ऑपरेशनल लाइन जनरली सिमिलर होता है, ठीक है. सो वी जनरली प्रेफर हॉरिजॉन्टल मर्जर्स. हॉरिजॉन्टल मर्जर्स मतलब जिसको आप टेक ओवर कर रहे हो, जिस फर्म को आप एक्वायर कर रहे हो, द फर्म दैट यू आर इंक्वायरिंग, आई एम सॉरी, द फर्म दैट यू आर एक्वायरिंग इज बेसिकली द firm in the same business. So when you take over that firm, what will be the impact, what will be the significance, what will be the outcome? You will be having more sales because of that sale of the acquiring firm now included along with your sale. This kind of merger or acquisition can boost up your market share. So what analyst needs to do, analyst needs to understand that this increased market share, is it because of some kind of acquisition, or is it a generic increase in the market share just because you have performed better? That identification is important. Many a times your market share rises from say 30% to 40%. Look at one thing, such a significant rise. Is there any acquisition or merger getting involved in the picture? If yes, then it is not the company's efficiency that is showing up, it is just as a result of a merger or acquisition. So let me expand the screen size for you. Example, market share of company A was 20%, market share of company B was 15%. Suppose company A acquires company B. After acquisition, A's market share will be 35%, right? 20 plus 15 taken together will be 35%. So after acquisition, A's market share has become 35%. Question, did customers actually choose company A? Answer, no, they did not specifically choose company A. It simply bought another company. Therefore, analysts ask, is market share increasing organically or only through acquisitions? Now this observation is an important observation. In exam, MCQs can be pinpointing this type of observation on market share features. So you may again take the screenshot of the same. There is no need to write this stuff, and then I take you ahead. Industry concentration. Sometimes we study how concentrated the entire industry is. For this we use Herfindahl-Riskman Index, HHI. And how to measure HHI? It is summation of market share squared. So let me explain this. If it is below 1500, means the final index value, if it is coming to below 1500, there is low concentration. If it is between 1500 to 2500, it is moderately concentrated. And if it is above 2500, it is highly concentrated. I want you people to actually note down this part. You can note down this part. This is important because when we are attempting questions, this will be tested multiple times. So I am giving you time. Take note of this quickly and let me know once you are done and clear with that. Alright, now if it is done and clear, let us move ahead. Why does HHI matter? Think of two extremes. Say industry 1, there are 100 companies, each has 1% market share. So the market share is 1% for each company. Now simply use your common sense and tell me, in terms of percentage, the percentage market share for each company is 1. Take square of 1, it will be still giving you 1. And there are 100 companies. So 1 square is 1. 1 square plus 1 square plus 1 square. Take the 100 aggregate. The summation of market share squared will be giving you exactly 100. 100 matlab extreme low concentration, because we are looking at the range what you have noted down in the table earlier to identify whether it is having low concentration or moderate concentration or high concentration. If I refer back to that table, look at this. Below 1500 it is low concentration. In our example it came to just 100. So obviously it is very, very low concentration. Correct? Very intense competition. Low concentration means the competition is intense. That is why we may put it in the category of perfect competition. Nobody controls the price. Industry 2, 2 companies. Market share of company A 50%, market share of company B also 50%. Now look at one thing, 50%, 50%. Take square of that. 50 square is 2500. Another 50 square is also 2500. 2500 plus 2500 makes it to 5000. What does that mean? If it is 5000, means industry is having too much concentration. So very high HHI means very high industry concentration. Means industry is concentrating only on few suppliers. Or imagine if it is a monopoly situation. What will happen in monopoly, tell me? 100% market share belongs to one entity. 100 squared is what? 10,000. That means HHI for a monopoly will always be 10,000. 10,000 cannot, nothing can exceed 10,000 in terms of HHI. Means the most concentrated, highest degree concentration of monopoly, HHI will be 10,000. But it can go to very low. So that is why the table gives you an idea, fair idea of what can be identified as low concentration, moderate concentration or high concentration. So I would want you to quickly take the screenshot of this, and understanding wise I am sure you are not having any trouble over here, and then we will be moving ahead. Why do we square the market shares? Consider two industries. Industry A, 4 companies, each has 25% market share. Industry B, 2 companies, each has 50% market share. Now what will happen in industry A? 25%, 25% for 4, correct? So HHI will be 25 squared added 4 times, or 25 square 4 times of that will give you simply 2500. In case of industry B, it is 50%, 50%. Squared value of 50-50 will be 2500 each. So the aggregate squared value will be 5000. Industry B gets a much higher HHI because squaring gives much greater weight to large firms. So by squaring, we get this outcome. So the squaring ensures that a few very large firms contribute disproportionately to the index, making the concentration easier to identify. So jitna zyada HHI hoga, the higher the HHI, the more is the concentration. Just keep that thing in mind. I believe you would have taken the screenshot by now. Correct? Now moving ahead. HHI rewards dominance and penalizes fragmentation. Therefore, if it is low HHI, it indicates that there are many competitors. High HHI means few competitors. Low HHI, high competition. High HHI, low competition. Low HHI means low pricing power. High HHI means high pricing power. Low HHI means lower profitability. High HHI means higher profitability. I would want you to take the screenshot for this as well. And then you could take up a calculative example after this. So once you have taken this screenshot, let us take a calculative example. In this calculative example, what do we see? There are 5 companies in a particular industry with the market share percentage given and squared value also given. So HHI will be computed by taking the aggregate of all these squared values, right? And that comes to 2450. So this is not high concentrate, it is somewhere in the mid range. You can call it moderate. So exam questions can not just ask you to compute, but even the interpretation of this is important. Now we do one thing. There is just 2 things that we have to do. One is those different models of oligopoly and the MCQs of this chapter. We will take the break now. Let this be your lunch break. We'll have almost an hour of lunch break. After an hour of lunch break, I will take the explanation of those models in a summarized manner and then take up MCQs. Once that much is done, we'll take yet another short break and then take up the next important chapter, that will be monetary policy. So you can have your lunch break now. Your break will be for 1 hour. All right. Let us continue. And मैं भी जो भी आपको यहाँ पर डिस्प्ले कर रहा हूँ, I will want you to note down certain things quickly. ठीक है? So we start with oligopoly models. You have certain models under oligopoly. So within oligopoly, ये जो models हैं ये भी important है. You should prepare it well. मैं इसको शॉर्ट में आपको लिखवा दे रहा हूँ. Kinked demand curve. तो बेसिकली डिमांड कर्व वी नो इट स्लोप्स डाउनवर्ड. किंक्ड डिमांड कर्व जिसको हम स्टिकी प्राइसेस कहते हैं. कोर आइडिया, it explains why prices often remain unchanged. If one firm increases the price, competitors usually do not follow. ठीक है? One firm increasing the price, competitors do not follow. मतलब प्राइस बढ़ाने से, सुनना ध्यान से, प्राइस बढ़ाने से others are not following. That means the customers would leave because customers are not willing to buy at that price. If one firm reduces the price, competitors usually match the cut. Competitors usually match the cut. देखो भाई क्या होता है, the moment you are increasing the price, you are not trying to create a competitive advantage. But if you reduce the price, you are trying to create a competitive edge. तो competitive edge या competitive advantage आप create कर रहे हो, immediately competitors will follow. तो जो आपका डिमांड कर्व जनरली विच स्लोप्स डाउनवर्ड, वो एक पर्टिकुलर ट्रेंड फॉलो नहीं कर पाएगा, वेदर इट इज लीनियर और कर्व. लीनियर तो होता ही नहीं, इट्स ऑलवेज अ कर्व लीनियर, बट इट विल नॉट बी एबल टू फॉलो अ पर्टिकुलर ट्रेंड. वो ट्रेंड बीच में से ब्रेक हो जाएगा, एंड दैट ब्रोकन ट्रेंड इज व्हाट वी कॉल एज किंक्ड डिमांड. सो देयरफॉर फर्म्स अवॉइड चेंजिंग प्राइसेस. सो हाउ डू यू रिमेंबर kinked demand as sticky prices? Sticky prices are prices which are kind of determined or kind of fixed, and these prices are not going to be changed. I want you to quickly note this. Once you take note of this, we will move ahead. Without wasting time, please write it quickly. Once it is done and clear, please let me know. Done. Moving ahead. Now, Cournot model, quantity competition. Core idea, firms decide output quantity simultaneously. Firms choose production independently. Each assumes competitors' output remains unchanged. Market price is determined after total output is supplied. Remember, simultaneous quantity decision. पहले से लिख लो. I'll also explain this to you. It is simultaneous quantity decision. While you write, let me offer the required explanation as well. देखो क्या होता है बेटा, ओलिगोपोली है, मतलब देर आर फ्यू सप्लायर्स, सो दे टुगेदर लुक इनटू कि भाई हाउ मच क्वांटिटी इज कमिंग इन द मार्केट फॉर सप्लाई, और सामने डिमांड कितना है उसको असेस कर लेते हैं, एंड अकॉर्डिंगली दे फिक्स द प्राइस। मतलब क्वांटिटी जितना प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है, क्वांटिटी जितना सप्लाई हो रहा है, वो असेस करने के बाद देन दे विल बी अकॉर्डिंगली फिक्सिंग द प्राइस। तो क्वांटिटी एस्टिमेट्स कैसे लगाएंगे, तो भाई जनरली ओलिगोपोली बिकॉज देर आर फ्यू सप्लायर्स दे विल consult among each other कि what is the quantity that you are trying to supply, and accordingly the total overall supply made by the entire group together will be considered as the base for defining what should be the price, and then everyone sticks to their own quantity. तो जब quantity के साथ coordinate किया है then the model is called Cournot model. So ये मॉडल कौन सा मॉडल कौन सी चीज़ को टारगेट कर रहा है ये आपको मालूम होना चाहिए. So I've explained this, just confirm it to me that you are done and clear with that, and then we move ahead. Moving forward, Stackelberg mode. So Stackelberg model क्या है? Leader follower strategy. Core idea: one firm moves first, and that firm becomes the leader. Other firms observe and then react. The leader generally enjoys a first mover advantage. Leader moves first. तो जो भी market leader है amongst those few suppliers in the oligopoly structure, whoever is taking the role of the leader will actually make the first move and others will follow. When this is the basis of creating the strategy, then we call this as Stackelberg model. तो Stackelberg model को याद कैसे रखना है? Leader moves first. Just keep that thing in mind, and let me know once you are done and clear with that. Moving ahead, Nash equilibrium, what we can simply identify as the best response. Core idea: every firm chooses its best strategy considering competitors' decisions. No firm can improve its outcome by changing its decision alone. So basically, competitors' decision के basis पर आपने choice किया है, and you are not going to make any decision by changing your own course of action. Everyone is already playing their best response. So remember, no incentive to change alone. किसी को भी अलग कुछ नहीं करना है. जो डिस्कशन हुआ है ओलिगोपोली ग्रुप में, that is what they are going to follow. So basically, Nash equilibrium is all about maintaining that equilibrium. Moving ahead, collusions and cartels. So what exactly do we mean by collusions and cartels? Something very very important. मैं इसको पहले समझा देता हूँ. Let me explain this to you. बेटा, collusion and cartels मतलब क्या होता है? What exactly do we mean by collusion and cartels? Price collusion किसे कहते हैं? बताओ. Price collusion किसे कहते हैं? Price cartel किसे कहते हैं? Any idea? Anyone having any idea? Price collusion किसे कहते हैं? Price cartel किसे कहते हैं? Collusion शायद नहीं सुना होगा आपने, but cartel तो सुना होगा. Price cartel. नो आइडिया. देखो क्या होता है, so basically what it happens and how it works. Let's say कोई एक कमोडिटी जो ओलिगोपोली मार्केट में सप्लायर्स आर सेलिंग एट डिफरेंट डिफरेंट प्राइसेस, तो होगा क्या? कस्टमर्स विल बी मेकिंग, सुन लो ध्यान से, कस्टमर्स विल बी मेकिंग अ चॉइस कि भाई सबसे सस्ता कौन दे रहा है, पहले उसके पास से जाकर ले लो, फिर उसके बाद वाला प्राइस, फिर उसके बाद वाला प्राइस. इमेजिन करना कि जिसने सबसे सस्ता बेचा उसका पूरा क्वांटिटी बिक जाएगा, बट उसको रेवेन्यू कम मिलेगा. अब उसका क्वांटिटी खत्म हो गया है. देन अब जो प्राइजी प्रोडक्ट बेच रहा है उसका तो क्वांटिटी पड़ा हुआ है, उसका स्टॉक पड़ा हुआ है. दे विल बी मेकिंग सेल एट अ हायर प्राइस, अर्न मोर प्रॉफिट, रिवॉर्डिंग देयर ओन पेशेंस. अब इन वन सेगमेंट, मतलब जब मार्केट इज हैविंग गुड डिमांड, तो जिसने प्राइस ज्यादा रखा है दैट पर्सन विल बी और दैट सप्लायर विल बी इवेंचुअली बेनिफिटेड. जिसने प्राइस ज्यादा रखा है उसको बेनिफिट मिलेगा. जब मार्केट में डिमांड कम है तो जिसने प्राइस कम रखा है उसको बेनिफिट मिलेगा. तो दिस इज नॉट कोलूजन. तो ये क्या करते हैं सारे सप्लायर्स, दे नेगोशिएट वन थिंग, लेट्स कीप अ कॉमन प्राइस सो दैट सेम थिंग सप्लाइड इन द सेम मार्केट, लेट्स नॉट कीप द प्राइस डिफरेंट. तो दे कंसल्ट एंड दे नेगोशिएट, दे फिक्स द सेम प्राइस. अब प्राइस ही सेम कर दिया है तो सप्लायर, ऑल सप्लायर्स आर ऑफरिंग सेम प्राइस. कहीं से भी जाकर ले लो, यू विल बी गेटिंग द प्रोडक्ट एट द सेम प्राइस. दिस इज कॉल्ड कोलूजन और कार्टल. तो ध्यान रखना, इट रिमूव्स द disparity of prices and bring the price to the parity. तो जहां पर price parity, यानी basically this is a cooperative move. In terms of pricing, it is a cooperative move. So let me enhance that screen for you. इसमें क्या करना है देख लो. Firms cooperate instead of competing, agree on prices or output, behave like a monopoly. अब सोचो, there are few suppliers, सब मिल गए आपस में, तो they actually behave like monopoly. Objective is to maximize joint profits, difficult to sustain because firms may cheat. So cooperate for higher profit, that is what you are supposed to do. मिलजुल कर profit कमाएंगे and we will aim at higher profit, that is the core idea. Once this is done, we shall move ahead to the next point. Now moving ahead, the last part, dominant firm model, जिसको हम प्राइस लीडरशिप बोलते हैं. कोर आइडिया, वन लार्ज फर्म लीड्स द मार्केट, dominant firm sets the market price, smaller firms accept that price and decide their output. Usually occurs because the dominant firm has lower cost or larger market share. Remember, one firm leads, other follows. Now after this we will get started with solving MCQs. So let us begin with the practice session on firms and market structures. So this will be a series of MCQs, and let us deal with each MCQ one by one. So question number 1, it says an agricultural firm operating in a perfectly competitive market supplies wheat to manufacturers of consumer food products and animal feeds. If the firm were able to expand its production and unit sales by 10%, the most likely result would be, three options given: A, a 10% increase in total revenue; B, a 10% increase in the average revenue; C, a less than 10% increase in the total revenue. Now, what happens when your unit sales are increasing by 10%? When unit sales are increasing by 10%, it indicates the increase in the volume. And when the volume increases by 10%, selling price remaining constant, it will definitely increase 10% in total revenue. So A, that is 10% increase in total revenue, is definitely correct. B says 10% increase in average revenue, that will be incorrect, because assume the selling price as $20, then if you are increasing the unit sales by 10%, means the quantity or the volume is increasing, the average revenue will remain the sale price, that is $20, which will not increase. As a result, this is incorrect. C, it says a less than 10% increase in total revenue, even that is incorrect, because selling price remaining constant, with increase in the volume there will be a 10% increase in the total revenue. So the correct answer is A. And if you want to look into the reasoning, look at the reason over here. Explanation: in a perfectly competitive market, an increase in supply by a single firm will not affect price. Therefore, an increase in units sold by firm will be matched proportionately by an increase in revenue. In perfect competition, an individual firm can increase total revenue by selling more output, but average revenue remains unchanged because market price is fixed. So you can take the screenshot of this explanation, and then let us move ahead to the next question. That is question number 2. Alright, now this question says the marginal revenue per unit sold by a firm doing business under conditions of perfect competition will most likely be equal to average revenue, less than average revenue, greater than average revenue. Now this is going to be very easy question. Without even options given, you can understand that when it is perfect competition, the marginal revenue will always be equal to the average revenue, which is actually the price of the product. So the correct answer is A. And explanation can simply give you one line. Most important line is AR equals to MR equals to price, that is average revenue equals to marginal revenue, and that is equal to price. So I'm sure nobody has a problem with this. So take a screenshot if you want, and then we move ahead. Now, a profit maximum is least likely to occur when: option A, average total cost is minimum; option B, marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost; option C, the difference between total revenue and total cost is maximized. So if you observe here, first of all, the trap in the question is least likely. That means you have to identify not the correct statement but a faulty statement over here. करेक्ट? तो ये लीस्ट लाइकली जब भी होगा आपको ध्यान रखना है कि आपको यहां पर फॉल्स स्टेटमेंट ढूंढना है, नॉट द ट्रू स्टेटमेंट. सो लुक एट दिस. फर्स्ट थिंग, the difference between total revenue and total cost is maximized. So obviously when the difference between total revenue and total cost is maximized, it will achieve maximum profit. That means this condition is giving the achievement of maximum profit. So C cannot be least likely. So C is not the answer. B, marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost. See, understand, this is one of the condition of profit maximization. Marginal revenue equal to marginal cost, this is one of the condition of profit maximization. In fact, we know that in economics, the difference between total revenue and total cost will be maximized only when the marginal revenue and marginal cost will be equal. That means even this is a condition of profit maximization. That means A, average total cost is minimized. Now see, profit is not dependent only on average total cost. There can be instances where average cost is minimum, but still the profit is also less. Profit is not maximum, because profit is a result of revenue minus cost. As a result, A is least likely to occur. That means correct answer will be A. Explanation can be just in one line. The quantity at which average total cost is minimized does not necessarily correspond to a profit maximization, whereas these two lines are definitely indicators of profit maximization. So you can take a screenshot if you want, and then we proceed to the next question. Question number 4. Now this says the short term break-even point of production for a firm operating under perfect competition will most likely occur when? Three options given, A, B, C. A says price is equal to average total cost. So when the price is equal to average total cost, your total revenue and total cost will be same, and that is the condition for the break even. B says marginal revenue equals to marginal cost. Just some time back we have discussed that when marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost, ये कौन सा condition है? When marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost, it is a situation of maximum profit. तो break even तो हो ही नहीं सकता. It cannot be a situation of break even. This is a case of maximum profit. What about C? Marginal revenue equals to average variable cost. Definitely this is not the condition for break even. So the correct answer is again A, that is price is equal to average total cost. And here is the explanation. Under perfect competition, price is equal to marginal revenue. A firm breaks even when marginal revenue equals the average total cost. That is the simplest reason that can be given for A being correct answer. So you can take the screenshot, and then we move ahead to the next question. So the next question is question number 5. A market structure characterized by many sellers with each having some pricing power and product differentiation is best described as, you have three options, oligopoly, perfect competition and monopolistic competition. Definitely this cannot be perfect competition, because this is not the characteristic of perfect competition. It cannot be oligopoly, because when there are many sellers, it cannot be oligopoly. So this is basically monopolistic competition. So correct answer will be C, and you can note down the explanation. Monopolistic competition is characterized by many sellers, differentiated products and some pricing power. So when there is some pricing power, it cannot be perfect competition, definitely. Correct? So be clear with this. Take the screenshot if you want, and then we move ahead. And the next question is question number 6. A market structure with relatively few sellers of a homogeneous or standardized product is best described as. Now it cannot be monopoly, it cannot be perfect competition. Simplest answer is it is oligopoly. So without even too much of thinking, one can instantly answer, that is A. So a line of explanation: few sellers of a homogeneous or standardized product characterizes an oligopoly. So let's move on to the next question. That will be question number 7. A company doing business in a monopolistically competitive market will most likely maximize profits when its output quantity is set such that average cost is minimized, marginal revenue is equal to average cost, and C says marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost. Now look at one thing. आपको करना क्या है? What you have to do? You have to maximize the profit. If you have to maximize the profit, whether it is monopolistic competition or perfect competition or any kind of market, this is a common rule for all. That is when marginal revenue equals to marginal cost. That means this fundamental of profit maximization is not dependent on the type of market. So the obvious correct answer over here is C. Explanation can be given that the profit maximizing choice is the level of output at which marginal revenue equals marginal cost. So you can take the screenshot of this, and then we move ahead with the next question, that is question number 8. Oligopolistic pricing strategy most likely results in a demand curve that is kinked vertical horizontal. Now, a demand curve in oligopolistic pricing strategy is always found to be kinked. It cannot be vertical or horizontal. So the obvious correct answer is A. And one more thing, while we have discussed the characteristics and attributes of oligopoly market, we have already dealt in detail about the kinked demand curve. As a result, the correct answer is A. Explanation you can write as the oligopolist faces two different demand structures, one for price increase and another for price decrease. Competitors will lower prices to match the price reduction but will not match a price increase. This results in a kinked demand curve. So you can take the screenshot of this explanation and then we can move ahead. And the next question will be question number 9. Collusion is less likely in a market when? Three options A, B, C. A. The product is homogeneous. B. The companies have similar market shares. C. The cost structures of companies are similar. So if you can recollect the example of petrol that I gave you earlier, what did we see over there? Collusion. In case of petrol, petrol was a homogeneous product, right? So it was a high likely chance of collusion happening. That means A is not the answer. C says the cost structure of the companies are similar. Then also it is highly likelihood of collusion. So it is B, where there is less likelihood of collusion, where companies have similar market shares. So the correct answer will be B, and explanation will be when companies have similar market shares, competitive forces tend to outweigh the benefits of collusion. So you can take the screenshot of this, and then we move on to the next question, that will be question number 10. In an industry composed of three companies which are small scale manufacturers of an easily replicable product unprotected by brand recognition or patents, the most representative model of a company behavior is oligopoly, perfect competition, monopolistic competition. Now this is a type of exam trap. लोग क्या करते हैं? They read this line, three companies, and they just conclude कि ये तो oligopoly है. This is a big trap. Now खाली थ्री कंपनीज पढ़कर आपने ओलिगोपोली टिक कर दिया, गलत हो जाएगा. ऑब्वियसली बिकॉज खाली थ्री कंपनीज लिखना होता तो ये सब डिटेल्स नहीं देता ना आपको. सो व्हेन ऑल दीज डिटेल्स आर गिवन यू शुड रीड. नाउ दे आर स्मॉल स्केल मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, ठीक है, of an easily replicable product. That means new entrants can come in the market and replace the existing products. In other words, new entries are attractive. New entries can come. नया competition आ सकता है. Unprotected by brand recognition or patents. यानी कि जो products ये लोग बना रहे हैं, whatever products they are manufacturing, it is unprotected by any brand recognition or patents. That means one thing is clear, that if this is unprotected, तो कोई भी नया person, कोई भी नया company entry ले सकता है, and it can create competition. So maybe as of now it is not a competition, but there are no barriers to entry. Oligopoly mein there are high barriers to entry. So all these are indications of a perfectly competitive market where there are no barriers to entry. सपोज ये तीन लोगों ने मिलकर प्राइस बढ़ा दिया, न्यू एंट्रीज आएंगी, न्यू बिजनेस चालू होंगे एंड द प्राइस विल डेफिनेटली ड्रॉप. व्हाट डज दैट मीन? It will tend to a perfect competition. So the correct answer is definitely B. Explanation could be the credible threat of entry holds down prices and multiple incumbents are offering undifferentiated products. So you can take the screenshot of this whole thing and then we move ahead. By far, if you have any point of discussion, if you are not clear with this whole thing, मतलब कोई भी confusion है, please ask me, get that thing clarified. Shall we move ahead to the next question? एक minute, huh? Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. So this was the last thing done, right? This is the last thing done. All right, let us move on to the next question, that is question number 11. It reads like this: Deep River Manufacturing is one of many companies in an industry that makes a food product. Deep River units are identical up to the point they are labeled. Deep River produces its labeled brand which sells for $2.20 per unit and house brands for 7 different grocery chains which sell for $2 per unit. Each grocery chain sells both Deep River brand and its own house brand. The best characterization of Deep River's market is 3 options given: oligopoly, perfect competition, monopolistic competition. Now any candidate, any student will get stuck with this question if they are not clear. So let us try to understand. If we try to read and understand the question itself, the answer becomes easy. So let us try to understand the question. It says Deep River Manufacturing is one of many companies in an industry. One of many companies in an industry. That means there are many suppliers. When there are many suppliers, it cannot be oligopoly. So there is a possibility of a perfect competition and monopolistic competition. So let us try to identify. Fundamentally, a perfect competition will have identical products. That is why examiner has purposely laid down the word identical. एग्जामिनर ने जानबूझकर यहां पर ये ट्रैप डाल दिया है आइडेंटिकल वर्ड डालकर, बिकॉज आइडेंटिकल होता ना तो इट इज not possible that one product is being sold for $2.20 and other product is sold for $2. The price differentiation, the price discrimination over here is clear indication that products across all brands are not identical. That clarifies one thing, it cannot be perfect competition. So the only possibility is left with monopolistic competition. Keep in mind one thing, oligopoly and difference between these two, that means oligopoly versus perfect competition, lot of differences. Oligopoly versus monopolistic competition, also a lot of differences, but thin line of difference between perfect competition and monopolistic competition, and that is why we need to understand the close line of difference between these two. So the answer will be C. Explanation: there are many competitors in the market, but some product differentiation exists as the price differential between Deep River's brand and the house brands indicate. So I'm sure you are clear with this point. You can take the screenshot and then we move ahead. So moving ahead to question number 12. Question 12 reads as: an analyst gathered the following market share data for an industry composed of 5 companies. 5 companies along with market share given. One disadvantage of HHI is that index is difficult to compute. It fails to reflect low barriers to entry, and it fails to reflect the effect of mergers in the industry. So first of all, you don't have to make any calculation. यहाँ पर कोई भी computation नहीं करना है आपको उसके characteristics identify करने. तो सबसे पहले तो आप यहाँ ध्यान दो, focus on point A. It says it is difficult to compute. Impossible, right? It is very easy to compute. You know how to do. You just have to take the square of these values and take the aggregate. So that is very easy to compute. So A cannot be correct answer. Then C point says it fails to reflect the effect of mergers in the industry. That also is wrong. Suppose Zeta and Yusuf, they merge, then 35 plus 25 will become 60. That will definitely be highlighted the moment you calculate HHI. That is what we have seen. The industry concentration will increase and it will be immediately caught by HHI. So this line that HHI fails to reflect the effect of mergers in the industry is incorrect. What we cannot identify is that low barriers to entry. So HHI is an index that fails to reflect low barriers to entry. That is the correct line. So correct answer will be B. So let me give you the answer and the explanation. The correct answer is B. Explanation: the HHI index does not reflect low barriers to entry that may restrict market power of companies currently in the market. Once you have taken the screenshot of this, let us move ahead with the next question, that is question number 13. The short-term shutdown point of production for a firm operating under perfect competition will most likely occur when 3 options. A, price is equal to average total cost. B, marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost. And C, marginal revenue is equal to average variable cost. Now look at one thing. This short-term shutdown and long-term shutdown we have discussed in detail, and we have already learnt that this is the point of characteristic when the short-term shutdown point occurs, that is when marginal revenue is equal to average variable cost. So I don't think anyone will have any confusion over here to spot the correct answer as C. Explanation: you can simply say the firm should shut down production when marginal revenue is less or equal to the average variable cost. So it is already clear that it will always be a comparison between the marginal revenue and average variable cost. So please take the screenshot if you want, and then we move ahead to the next question. So the next question will be question number 14. Now this is also a very simple question for you. This is about break even, and you know all the conditions of break even. So without the clues also you would have given the correct answer, but anyway, let us read it. Under conditions of perfect competition, a company will break even when market price is equal to minimum point of average total cost curve, average variable cost curve, or short run marginal cost curve. The correct answer is obviously A. Without doubts, it will be average total cost curve. So correct answer is A, and the explanation goes this way. A company is said to break even if its total revenue is equal to its total cost. Under conditions of perfect competition, a company will break even when market price is equal to the minimum point of the average total cost curve. So please take the screenshot of the same, and then we move ahead. Alright, so moving on to the next question, that is question number 15. A very simple question. A company will shut down production in the short run if the total revenue is less than, it cannot be total fixed cost, absolutely no chance of any opportunity cost. The basic idea is when the total revenue is less than the total variable cost, then it will definitely go for a shutdown in a short run. Correct answer is B. Explanation you can write in one line as the company will shut down production in short run when total revenue is below total variable cost. So you can take the screenshot, and once you take the screenshot, we can move ahead to the next question, that is question number 16. A company has total variable cost of $4 million and fixed cost of $3 million. Based on this information, the company will stay in the market in the long term if the total revenue is at least, three options given, $3 million, $4.5 million, or $7 million. So in order to stay in the long term, correct, in order to stay in the market for long term, you must be able to recover all your cost, that is $4 million of variable cost and $3 million of fixed cost. So you should be able to cover all $7 million. So the correct answer is obviously C. So in case you want to write the required explanation, you can just write a company will stay in the market in the long run if total revenue is equal to or greater than total cost. Because total costs are $7 million, that is $4 million of variable and $3 million of fixed cost, the company will stay in the market in the long run if the total revenue equals at least $7 million. So you can take note of this explanation, you can take the screenshot, and then we move ahead to the next question, that will be question number 17. Now this question says when total revenue is greater than total variable cost but less than total cost, in the short run a firm will most likely exit the market. No, because as far as you are able to generate revenue which is greater than the total variable cost, you are still earning some contribution to cover the burden of fixed costs. So in the short run you will not exit the market, you will actually stay in the market. And C says shut down the production. So of course there is no point in shutting down, because shutting down will create more loss in comparison to what loss will arise if you continue. So the correct answer is B, that is you should stay in the market. When total revenue is enough to cover variable costs but not total fixed cost in full, the firm can survive in the short run but would not be able to maintain financial solvency in the long run. But the question was never targeting the long run, it was targeting short term. So it will stay in the market to the extent its total revenue is greater than its total variable cost. So you can take the screenshot of this whole thing and then we move ahead to the next question, that will be question number 18. It says, under conditions of perfect competition in the long run, firms will most likely earn A. Normal profits, B. Positive economic profits, C. Negative economic profits. Keep in mind always one thing, that they are targeting long run. In the long run, positive economic profits will not continue forever. If you are earning positive economic profits, there are no barriers to entry because it is perfect competition. New entrants will come and those new business entities will give you tough competition. As a result, those positive economic profits will come down to zero. In other words, the firm will just earn normal profits. In case of negative economic profits, when it is not viable to stay in the industry, some firms will exit, competitions will lower down, and when competition is lowering down, other entities which are still in the market will tend to increase the price and bring back the profit to normal profit. So in the long run, what can survive in perfect competition is always normal profit. So the correct answer is obviously A. Explanation can be, competition should drive prices down to long run marginal cost, resulting only in normal profits being earned. So normal profit is the answer. You can take the screenshot if you want, and then we move ahead to the next question, that will be question number 19. A firm that increases its quantity produced without any change in per unit cost is experiencing economies of scale. Will be wrong answer because the per unit cost is not changing. Likewise, diseconomies of scale will also be a wrong answer because the per unit cost is not changing. So constant return to scale is the appropriate answer. So the C option is the correct one. Explanation could be given as, output increases in the same proportion as input increases occur at constant return to scale. So take the screenshot if you want, and then we move ahead to the next question, that will be question number 20. A company is experiencing economies of scale when, three options A, B, C. Cost per unit increases as output increases. This is definitely incorrect because that will result into diseconomy, correct? Option B says, it is operating at a point on LRAC, that is long run average cost curve, at which the slope is negative. Of course, when the slope is negative means the average cost is reducing, correct? A negative slope means the average cost is reducing on a long run. That will happen only when the company is experiencing economies of scale. So B is obviously so correct that I don't even want to read option C, but anyway you should not do it as a candidate. You should always read all the three options. C says it is operating beyond the minimum point on the long run average total cost curve. Definitely this is not the indication. So correct answer is definitely B. Explanation you can give as, economies of scale occur if, as the firm increases output, cost per unit of production falls. Graphically, this definition translates into LRAC curve with a negative slope. So you may please take the screenshot of this explanation if you want, and then we proceed ahead. Alright friends, let us move ahead and take the next question, that is question number 21. Diseconomies of scale most likely result from A. Specialization in the labor force. ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता. This cannot happen because specialization in the labor force ये तो आपके labor cost को कम करेगा, correct? If the laborers are becoming more efficient, the wage cost per unit will actually reduce. So it will create economies of scale. So this cannot be the answer. Then overlap of business function and product lines is definitely a possible cause. And C says discounted price on resources when buying in larger quantities. If you are buying resources in larger quantities and you are getting at discounted prices, it will reduce your cost, and that will come under economies of scale, not diseconomies of scale. So A and C to impossible hai. Correct answer will be obviously B. So look at the explanation. As the firm increases output, diseconomies of scale and higher average total cost can result when business functions and product lines overlap or are duplicated. So this is something that we have even discussed when we were learning diseconomies of scale along with the economies of scale. So what are the factors for economies of scale? What are the factors for diseconomies of scale? You have learned that. So anyway, take the screenshot if you want, and then we move ahead. Question 22. Now it says, a firm is operating beyond minimum efficient scale in a perfectly competitive industry. To maintain long-term viability, the most likely course of action for the firm is to operate at the current level of production. Second option says increase its level of production to gain economies of scale. And third says decrease its level of production to the minimum point on the long run average total cost curve. Now look at one thing. It is stated that the firm is operating beyond minimum efficient scale. So you have attained the most economies of scale, and now you are operating beyond that, which is leading to diseconomy. Long run में ये नहीं चलेगा. This won't be viable for long term. Therefore, you cannot continue to operate at current level of production. You have already gone beyond the MES, that is minimum efficient scale. Increasing the production further is not to be done definitely. It will further create diseconomies. So to arrive at economy, you need to decrease the level of production to the minimum point on the long run average total cost curve. So on a long run, because the question has asked from the long run viewpoint, your answer also has to support the long run. So the correct answer will be C. Explanation can be given as the firm operating at greater than long run efficient scale is subject to diseconomies of scale. It should plan to decrease its level of production. So if you want, you can take the screenshot of this, and then we move ahead to the next question. That will be question number 23. It says companies most likely have well-defined supply function when the market structure is, you have given oligopoly, perfect competition, monopolistic competition. Well-defined supply function is basically an important feature of perfect competition. So I don't think anyone has confusion over here. The correct answer has to be B. Explanation. A company in a perfectly competitive market must accept whatever price market dictates. The marginal cost schedule of a company in a perfectly competitive market determines its supply function. So you can just take the screenshot if you want, and then we move ahead to the next question. So moving to the next question, that will be question number 24. Now in this question it says Aquarius Inc. is the dominant company and the price leader in its market. One of the other companies in the market attempts to gain market share by undercutting the price set by Aquarius. The market share of Aquarius will most likely, they have given increase, decrease or stay the same. Now obviously this could be a trap in your exam, because what they are trying to say, one of the other companies in the market attempts to gain market share by undercutting the price set by Aquarius. So this being a dominant company, if you are trying to sell at a price below that, the market share of Aquarius will most likely, now most students will believe that the market share will decrease, but that is not the case. Here the market share will increase. Why so? Why market share will increase? Let me explain that. First of all, the correct answer is A, that the market share will increase. What could be the explanation? As price decrease, smaller companies will leave the market. So understand one thing, this is a dominant company, correct? So the moment its competitor is reducing the price, other small companies which are not dominant will not be able to survive at the price that they are selling the product at. And what will happen? They will leave the market. So they leave the market rather than sell below cost. The market share of Aquarius, the price leader, will actually increase. So keep in mind that this was not the case where the market share will decrease because of one of the competitors' action. This being a dominant company, its market share will actually increase, and why it increases, that reasoning has been given over here. So I'm sure you have taken the screenshot. Let us move ahead and take up the next question, that is question number 25. Over time, the market share of a dominant company in an oligopolistic market will most likely increase, decrease, or remain the same. So keep in mind one thing, they are not asking a sudden effect, they are mentioning the term over time. That means over a long period of time. What happens in case of oligopoly? The two peculiar characteristics are, there are fewer firms and there are high barriers to entry. High barriers to entry does not mean that new entrants won't come. There will be new entrants over time, and gradually the oligopolistic market will start turning into monopolistic market, and gradually it will lead to perfect competition, because that is the ideal state. So what will happen when new entrants start coming in? The market share of the dominant company will start decreasing. So B will be the correct answer. Explanation can be, the dominant company's market share tends to decrease as profits attract entry by other companies. Now keep in mind one thing, why some people are not clear with this explanation. They believe that it is oligopoly. Because it is oligopoly, there will be barriers to entry, and therefore this possibility may not exist. But that is not the case. Because there are barriers to entry, that doesn't mean that entry is impossible. Entry may be taking time, it may be little costly, but entry can still be there. And once the entry has been made by other entities, the new entities, the market share of the dominant company is definitely going to decrease. So B is the correct answer, given along with a small one-liner explanation, and you can take the screenshot of the same, and then we move ahead to the next question, that will be question number 26. Now from this point, let us try to be a little more rapid, because many times the concepts even get repeated. In a purely competitive market, economic losses indicate that, three options given, A, B, C. Price is below average total cost. Collusion is occurring in the marketplace. Firms need to expand output to reduce cost. So first of all, it is purely competitive market, means there is existence of perfect competition. Economic losses indicate what? Simple thing, price is below average total cost. That is the clear indication. The correct answer is A. And in case you want the complete explanation to the same, you can write, in a purely competitive market, economic losses indicate that firms are overproducing, causing prices to fall below average total cost. This can occur in the short run. In the long run, however, market supply will decrease as the firms exit the industry, and prices will rise to the point where economic profits are zero. So you can take the screenshot of this explanation, and then we move ahead. So let us move on to the next question, that is question number 27. Now this is going to be very simple question. I don't even have to guide you. A firm is likely to operate in the short run as long as price is at least as great as, three options given, marginal cost, average total cost, average variable cost. Keep in mind they are targeting short run. So if your price is as great as your average variable cost, in a short run you will still be able to operate. So the correct answer is definitely C. So explanation could be, if the price is greater than average variable cost, a firm will continue to operate in the short run because it is covering at least some of its fixed cost. So take the screenshot if you want, and then we move ahead. So now moving ahead to question number 28. A firm's average revenue is greater than its average variable cost and less than its average total cost. If this situation is expected to persist, the firm should, they have given, A, shut down in the short run and in the long run, B, shut down in the short run but operate in the long run, C, operate in the short run but shut down in the long run. So look at the scenario. Average revenue is greater than average variable cost. So in a short run, you should not shut down. So that itself makes A and B both wrong and only C as the correct option. But in the long run, this will not work for you. So the correct answer will be C. And in case you want a detailed explanation why C correct, so you can say, if a firm is generating sufficient revenue to cover its variable cost and part of its fixed cost, it should continue to operate in the short run. If average revenue is likely to remain below average total cost in the long run, the firm should shut down. So in the long run it should shut down, but in the short run it can definitely continue. So please take the explanation screenshot, and then we move ahead to the next question, that will be question number 29. Again, this is very simple question. If a firm increases its plant size by 10% and its minimum average total cost increases by 10%, the firm is experiencing what? See, you have increased your output and on top of that your average total cost is increasing. That means you are definitely not experiencing economies of scale. There are no possibilities of constant return to scale. This is a clear indication of diseconomies of scale. So correct answer is definitely B. So you can take the screenshot of the explanation along with the question, and then we move on to the next question, that is question number 30. The demand for products from monopolistic competitors is relatively elastic due to, you have given three options: high barriers to entry, the availability of many close substitutes, the availability of many complementary goods. So the correct answer over here, the target is this part. The demand for products from monopolistic competitors is relatively elastic due to the availability of many close substitutes. The substitutes is the answer. Complementary goods cannot be the answer over here, and high barriers to entry is not a trait of monopolistic competition. So A was definitely wrong. So between complementary goods and substitutes, it is substitutes that will be the point of answer. So correct answer is definitely B. And what could be the required explanation? You can refer to this. The demand for products from firm competing in monopolistic competition is relatively elastic due to the availability of many close substitutes. If a firm increases its product price, it will lose customers to firms selling substitute products at lower prices. So please carefully take note of this explanation, and then we shall move ahead. एक बात बताना, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर सिंसियरली इन्वॉल्व इन डूइंग दिस? मुझे क्यों दिख रहा है ऐसा कि ओनली लिमिटेड पीपल आर गिविंग रिस्पॉन्सेज, बाकी कोई इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं आ रहा है? सेम रिपीटेड 3-4 स्टूडेंट्स हु आर रिप्लाइंग ऑन अ कंटिन्यूड बेसिस, बाकी किसी का आंसर नहीं आ रहा है. ऐसा नहीं करो. डू इट सिंसियरली. टेक द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Think over it and give me the response. मेरे पास एटलीस्ट आंसर्स आने चाहिए. Thirty-one correct answer will be B. चलो, take the screenshot and move ahead to the next question. 32. But this is something that we have discussed already. All market situations, when marginal cost equals to marginal revenue, तभी तो आएगा ना maximum profit. Correct answer is C. Next. For 33, correct answer will be C. मैंने आप लोग को जो क्राइटेरिया समझाया था, इफ यू यूज इट तो गलती होगी ही नहीं. इफ यू यूज दैट क्राइटेरिया देयर वोंट बी एनी मिस्टेक. 34. 34 करेक्ट आंसर विल बी सी. देखो ये जो मैं अलग अलग मॉडल्स की बात कर रहा था, दिस इज व्हाट वी हैव डिस्कस्ड एट द एंड. ये आप लोग से सॉल्व होना चाहिए, दैट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट. करेक्ट. नाउ 35, इसको ध्यान से पढ़ना, लिटिल क्रिटिकल. So for 35, correct answer will not be B, A होगा. इक्विलिब्रियम लाना ना, you have to bring the equilibrium. आगे का एक्सप्लेनेशन भी देख लो. And then 36. 36 is very easy question. 36 is very easy question. बढ़िया है अनीस शेख, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस. कब की बात है भाई, मुझे तो मालूम भी नहीं पड़ा. 36 correct answer will be C. चलो जो हुआ बहुत अच्छा हुआ. It's a good news. Even I wanted that. बेटा वो सब बातें बाद में कर लो, अब पहले आगे बढ़ते हैं. फ्यू मोर क्वेश्चंस. Yes, 37 correct answer will be C. Chalo, now a calculative example. Keep one thing in mind, ना बेटा. Keep one thing in mind. क्वेश्चन को पढ़ लो. आपको वो ये परसेंटेज में दिया हुआ है, दिस इज गिवन इन परसेंटेज, बट दिस इज नॉट गिवन इन अ बिगर वैल्यू. दैट मीन्स ये 35% को 35 लेकर सॉल्व नहीं करना है, 0.35 लेना है. एंड देन यू नो व्हाट यू हैव टू डू, टेक द स्क्वायर्ड वैल्यू ऑफ दीज एंड टेक द एग्रीगेट. इतना ही तो करना है. वेरी इजी. चलो बेटा 38 का आंसर दो. इट्स जस्ट अबाउट मेकिंग द कैलकुलेशन. टाइम खराब नहीं करो, टाइम खराब नहीं करो. Little faster. Little faster. $38. द ऑब्वियस करेक्ट आंसर विल बी बी. इसमें तो कोई डाउट हो ही नहीं सकता. देख लो. ठीक है. सो 4 कंपनी बोल रहा है तो यू विल बी टेकिंग द टॉप 4 कंपनी फ्रॉम द व्यू पॉइंट ऑफ देयर मार्केट शेयर. चलो लिटिल फास्टर. चलो थोड़ा जल्दी करो. आई एम वेटिंग. बेटा 39 का करेक्ट आंसर सी नहीं होगा. क्या आ रहा है देखो. 86% ना. तो 86% आया मतलब क्या करना है आपको. ओके ओके ओके. वेट 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 वेट. इसमें कुछ गड़बड़ है. आई थिंक इसमें जो ऑप्शंस हैं वो गलत प्रिंट हुए बेटा. ऑप्शंस गॉट प्रिंटेड रॉन्गली. टाइपिंग एरर है इस क्वेश्चन में. 39. आप लोग का आंसर ये आना चाहिए. ये एक्सप्लेनेशन देख लो. एंड Take this as your last question. This will be your last question. ये बहुत इजी है. Correct answer will be B. Correct answer will be B. Now tell me one thing, all of you. आप लोग को यहाँ पर क्लास बंद करना है कि मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी सीखने में इंटरेस्ट है? फोर्टी परसेंट. हाँ जी, सॉरी, अगेन अनदर 40 भी नोट करना. एक मिनट मैं करेक्ट कर देता हूँ. आई विल करेक्ट इट. ये सी आएगा, सी आएगा. बेटा मुझे पहले सिंसियरली बताओ, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा हूँ पीपल आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन अटेंडिंग. तो फिर ऐसा नहीं हो कि आई एम पुटिंग माई टाइम एंड एफर्ट एंड नो बडी इज इंटरेस्टेड इन अटेंडिंग, तो फिर आई डोंट वांट टू पुट दैट टाइम. तो मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी करना है कि नहीं करना है, डिसाइड कर लो. इफ यू वांट टू डू, विल टेक अ ब्रेक एंड देन स्टार्ट विद मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी. इट्स 3:45. एक 10-15 मिनट्स का ब्रेक लेंगे. 4 to 6, 2 घंटे में हो जाएगा मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी. कौन कौन अटेंड करने वाला है मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी? मुझे जो दिख रहा है 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. ठीक है, ठीक है. टेक अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक. 10-15 मिनट का एक छोटा ब्रेक ले लो. मैं चाय पी के आ जाता हूँ एंड देन वी स्टार्ट. ठीक है. All right. Are you all back from the break? And shall we get started with monetary policy? So, getting started with monetary policy. First of all, let us try to understand what is the meaning of this term monetary policy. Meaning of monetary policy. Monetary policy refers to the actions of a central bank intended to influence the quantity of money and credit in an economy. So it's basically all about demand and supply. ठीक है, demand and supply of money. I'll do one thing, I'll write some important content along with. One moment. Now, so there are two aspects throughout this chapter. One is demand for money, and number two, supply of money. Now, I want you people to get involved in the discussion. Otherwise, if you are just sitting and listening to me, this is not going to work. You need to get involved if you really want to understand. We are talking about two important aspects. Two important aspects. Demand for money and supply of money. So tell me one thing. What will be the role of central bank? Role of central bank in regards to the demand for money and supply of money. Use your common sense and tell me which factor it can influence more, demand or supply. Which factor the central bank can influence more, demand or supply? In simple words, central bank के पास between demand and supply, some people are not even understanding what is my question. I am asking you a specific question. Central bank के पास कौन सा ज़्यादा influential है, demand or supply? Most of you have given correct answers except to those who did not pay attention to what I am asking. जिसने ध्यान नहीं दिया वो मेरे क्वेश्चन का गलत आंसर दे रहा है. मैंने तो जो पूछा था it was to be answered in one word, either demand or supply, and the correct answer is supply. Correct answer is supply. Central bank plays an active role in controlling the supply of money. So it controls the supply of money. It controls the supply of money. Supply of money is controlled by the central bank. On the other side, with respect to the demand for money, central bank's function cannot be to control the demand, because demand is there present in the economy. with the public, so demand is not controlled by central bank, but central bank can still influence the demand for money. I'll give you one simple example. If central bank is asking all the commercial banks to reduce the rate of interest, that means borrowing rate for the public will get reduced. And because the interest rates have lowered down, people don't want to make more of deposits. That means there will be more money supply in the economy. There will be more availability of money in circulation. That is where central bank does not control the demand for money, but by making certain policy changes, it can regulate the demand for money. So the right word that fits over here is regulates. Central bank regulates the demand for money and it controls the supply of money. That is precisely the role of central bank, and role of central bank or the function of central bank itself can be identified as an aspect of monetary policy. So coming back to our notes, once again this line, monetary policy refers to the actions of a central bank intended to influence the quantity of money and credit. Now it is not just only money, it is money and credit in the economy. The central bank does not normally determine tax rates, government spending or transfer payment programs, as these belong to fiscal policy. Now we have already covered these aspects in the chapter fiscal policy. These are the functions of government. That is why they are classified as fiscal policy. The overriding long-term objective of most central banks is price stability, although many central banks also aim to promote maximum sustainable economic growth, high employment, exchange rate stability, and moderate long-term interest rates. Now, multiple functions of central bank has been laid down in this bullet point. Look at each of these. If I mark price stability, economic growth, high employment, exchange rate stability, and moderate long-term interest rates. मतलब not too high rates, not too low rates, moderate long-term interest rates. All these are core objectives of monetary policy. The objective is generally to maintain moderate interest rate, not to minimize them, because excessively low interest can encourage inflation, asset bubbles, and excessive borrowings. So moderate interest rate is what they are aiming at. Now what are the functions of central bank? Sole suppliers of country's currency. Currency is supplied by central bank, correct? What we call as fiat money. Fiat money. So the money supply goes with two factors, the fiat money and the multiplier. The money multiplier, it is something that you need to understand, because when money passes in circulation, the same currency gets revolved many times, correct? For example, the total currency note printed and given to the public is, suppose, $1 million, and the same $1 million rotates 7 times during a given period. So total transaction of receipt and payment in the economy will be for 7 times of $1 million. That means $7 million. So people may think that the economy has received and paid $7 million. So 7 becomes a multiplier over there, because the fiat money, the currency notes printed and given at the beginning was what? Only $1 million. That is the outcome of a very, very important function called credit creation. It is credit creation that creates that credit and money multiplier. So credit creation becomes the backbone of money multiplier that multiplies the fiat money, and that finally is identified as a supply of money. It acts as a banker to the government and commercial banks. Who is banker of banks? Central bank. Who is banker of government? Commercial bank is not the banker of government. Banker of government is the central bank. So central bank is acting as a banker to the government as well as banker to other commercial banks. Oversee or regulate the payment system. Hold country's gold. Hold the country's gold and foreign exchange reserves. Conduct monetary policy and act as lender of last resort. Lender of last resort. When you don't have anyone to lend money to you, I'm talking from the viewpoint of the banks and government, the last resort, they will be going to the central bank. Central bank will somehow make arrangement for the supply of money and will lend money to these people. Central bank has one power which nobody else has, and that is printing of currency notes. But of course, printing of currency note cannot be done without a certain limitation or a process set, because too much currency note printed with the limited gold reserve will cause devaluation of the currency. So not to let the currency get devalued is also one of the very, very important function of central bank. Money issued by modern central bank is generally the fiat money. So the currency note which is printed and given, that is fiat money, which means that is not backed by a physical commodity such as gold. Earlier what happened, whatever be the value of gold deposited, that was the same value of the currency notes printed. So money never got devalued. Money never got devalued when there was 100% backing of gold reserve. Now with the limited gold reserve, central banks have authority to print more money. That printing more currency notes results into creation of fiat money. It is accepted as money because law recognizes that as a legal tender. Law recognizes that as a legal tender. More importantly, if you look at any currency note, it is a promise made by the central bank of the country that I promise to pay the bearer a sum of so much amount. Any currency, every currency note you will be finding the governor of the central bank of that country. Like in India, we have the governor of RBI signing that note. That note is a promise to convey value to the bearer of the currency. The continued acceptability of fiat money therefore depends significantly on the confidence in the central bank and its ability to preserve price stability. See, people may reject accepting their own currency as legal tender. They may not accept that their own currency as legal tender if the faith on central bank is reduced. And that has happened historically in many past situations where certain currencies were abolished completely because the faith and trust was completely lost. And those countries temporarily even adopted other currencies as their operational currencies. Now, high inflation creates economic cost. Business incur menu costs because they must repeatedly change prices, catalog systems and contracts. Individuals incur shoe leather cost, because they attempt to minimize holding of cash that are losing purchasing power. See, if you keep holding the cash, it will lose the purchasing power. That is why money is never to be held just like that. Money should always be put to use by investments or some or the other utility where money is invested into some regenerative assets. Assets which can regenerate more and more income for you. High and unstable inflation also creates uncertainty, reduces usefulness of prices as signals, distorts savings and investment decisions. So what could be the impact of high inflation? If they ask you what should be the pointers over there, creates uncertainty. One side effect of inflation: reduces the usefulness of prices as signals, distorts savings and investment decisions, makes long-term financial planning more difficult. If there is too much of inflation, you may not be willing to make too long plan, because when you make an investment plan, what you generally do, you would say that you want to invest some money today so that you can take the advantage of that savings later. But what if at later stage, when you want to take advantage of that savings, the money got devalued drastically because of high inflation? Then you believe that you were better off spending that money instead of investing that money or saving that money. Then spending becomes more lucrative compared to making investments. This is the problem of inflation. So central bank therefore target low but positive rate of inflation rather than zero inflation. See, inflation at a moderate degree, some 3 to 4% of inflation on annual basis is a good sign. It is indeed a sign of growth. Zero inflation means complete price stability, suits which economies which are completely developed economies. Their price stability becomes a very important factor. Growing economies, what comes along with growth is a side effect that is in the form of inflation. So inflation to a moderate level is always considered a good sign. Zero inflation target increases the risk that ordinary forecasting errors should push the economy into deflation, which is more difficult for monetary authorities to reverse. See, inflation can be controlled, deflation cannot be controlled. Now, some people may start believing that if the prices decrease, what's the problem? If the prices decrease, what's the problem? Because then money is able to buy more commodity and products and service. But it's not like that. Deflation is much more dangerous as compared to inflation. The three conventional tools of monetary policy are, now this is something very, very important: policy rates, reserve requirements, and open market operations. Let me explain each of these. When we talk about policy rate, simply in Indian environment, if you can see repo rate, if the repo rate is increased by the central bank, what will be the outcome? Repo rate increase means interest rate for every borrower increases. Repo rate reducing, that means for every borrower the rates are reduced. So what happens? Changing these rates will have a direct impact on the borrowings made by the public and borrowings raised in the economy. It will also impact the investments made by the people in the economy. Reserve requirement, try understanding this reserve requirement. Reserve requirement talks about the two types of statutory reserves which are maintained by commercial banks as per the requirement of the central bank. One is CRR and the other is SLR. SLR means statutory liquidity ratio. CRR is the cash reserve ratio. Every commercial bank is required to make certain savings with the central bank. That means commercial bank must have their cash lying with the central bank as a deposit. This is what we call as CRR, cash reserve ratio. And these commercial banks are also required to maintain liquidity with themselves. This is called SLR, that is statutory liquidity ratio. So what happens if the reserve requirement is increased? So for example, if the reserve requirement earlier was 15%, so every $100 received by a commercial bank, they must keep a reserve of $15 and they can lend $85. Now to restrict the supply of money, the reserve rate can be increased from 15% to 20%. In that event, what will happen? See, earlier out of every $100, $15 was reserved and $85 was available at the disposal of the bank to lend. So this is reserve and this is at disposal of bank. So if this reserve requirement is enhanced to 20%, that means $20 will be kept as reserve, $20 will be kept as reserve, and at disposal it will be only $80. Now this reduction from 85 to 80, it will cause a reduction in the supply of money in the economy. It will cause a reduction in the supply of money in the economy. And if they want to expand this money supply, the reserve requirement, instead of reducing down to 20% or increasing to 20%, they may choose to reduce it to 10%. In that case, if this reserve requirement lowers down to 10%, out of every $100 deposited, $10 will be kept as reserve, $10 will be kept as reserve, and one minute guys. Just give me a minute. $10 will be kept as a reserve and $90 can be utilized for lending. So let me write it a little more systematically. I'll say deposit with banks, statutory reserves and money available for lending. So originally, if $100 was deposited with bank, statutory reserves were 15%. So reserves were $15. This $15 was to be maintained as the reserve by the commercial bank. So only $85 was available for lending. Then if this reserve, if the reserve ratio rises reserve ratio rises, what will happen? Every $100, now the bank must maintain say 20%, means bank should hold $20 as a reserve, and bank can lend only $80 at its disposal. Now this scenario leads to a contraction policy, and on the contrary, if the reserve requirement, if the reserve ratio declines, every $100 received as deposit by bank, suppose that ratio reduces to 10%, then only $10 worth of deposit, 10% of the deposit, which is $10, will have to be maintained by bank as liquidity, and bank can lend $90 at its disposal. So if you observe in this whole situation, original, so this reserve ratio, rising reserve ratio, increasing the statutory reserve ratio is a contractionary policy, and decreasing the SRR, that is statutory reserve ratios, it is an expansionary policy. But these things what I am writing over here, I believe you should be writing this along with me. ये आप मेरे साथ साथ लिखते जा रहे हो ना, then it is going to be really understandable in its true spirit. Fine. So let us get back to where we were. So policy rate, reserve requirement, and open market operation. Now what are open market operations? We are talking about this part now, open market operations. See, government is issuing treasury bills and treasury bonds, correct? Central government will be issuing, the sovereign government will be issuing treasury bills, treasury notes, treasury bonds. These things you have learnt in fixed income subject. Treasury notes are mid-term, treasury bills are short-term, treasury bonds are long-term. So treasury notes, treasury bills, treasury bonds, when these are issued, the major holder of these bills, notes and bonds is central bank. So if central bank wants to reduce the supply of money, in the open market it will start buying, it will start selling these bills, notes and bonds. When it wants to reduce the supply of money, it will start selling these notes, bills and bonds, so that people buy these bills, notes and bonds, and in return they will have to give money. Money finally is concentrated with the central bank. When the central bank is selling these instruments, the treasury bills, treasury notes and treasury bonds, it is an open market operation which is resulting into reducing the supply of money in the economy, because all the money is grabbed by the central bank. That is a contractionary policy. But when central bank starts buying these bills, notes and bonds, in exchange they will have to pay cash. That cash comes in circulation. It leads to expansionary policy. I believe you people are clear with, in each case, what is expansionary and contractionary policy. And three things I have explained. Now, what about policy rate? Policy rate is a short-term interest rate directly controlled or strongly influenced by the central bank. Different countries use different names for it, such as discount rate, refinancing rate, or repo rate. In India, we use the term repo rate. Now, central bank normally conducts monetary policy primarily by altering its short-term policy rather than directly controlling inflation or long-term interest rates. Changes in the policy rate influencing over other market rates and substantially affect the borrowing, spending, investment, asset prices, exchange rates, expectations, output, and inflation. A reduction in the policy rate will give the opposite effect. An increase in the policy rate. Now, what will be the implication of increasing or reducing the policy rate? We have already talked about that. I have also explained to you the reserve requirement. What happens when there is an increase? What happens when there is a decrease? What will be the role of open market operations? And when it is making purchases, purchases are expansionary. When it is making sales, it is contractionary. All this content I have already explained to you. What you need to do for ensuring that you are really clear with this whole matter, I would want you to quickly go through this page and go para by para. So one by one, I would want you to read this paragraph number 1, 2, and 3. Just these 3 paragraphs only. Quickly read these 3 paragraphs and give me your signal whether you are clear with this or not. I have already explained from my side, nothing is pending. You just need to read this and give me a signal if you are clear with that or not. I am waiting for your response on these 3 marked paragraphs 1, 2, and 3. Give me a clear signal and let me know if something is not clear to you. I will give you the required explanation. Clear? Okay, some students have asked me what is stagflation. Just a moment. What is stagflation? Some students have asked me what is stagflation. Let me explain this to you. if I write this term stagflation, now it is arising from combination of two terms. Combination of two terms. What two terms do you know? What two terms? One is stagnation. Stag coming from stagnation plus inflation. ठीक है. Now inflation coming from inflation. Stagflation, that means when there is combination of stagnation in the economy coupled with inflation as well. देखो बेटा, generally inflation कब आता है? When does inflation occur? When there is a rapid economic growth. So inflation occurs with rapid economic growth, that is what we call as inflation. When there is a stagnancy in the economy, when there is a stagnation in the economy, very poor growth rate in GDP, that means growth is compromised, तब तक तो प्राइस में स्टेबिलिटी आ जाती ना. बट द ग्रोथ इज कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड, द ग्रोथ इज अ नेगेटिव रेट or a zero rate, no growth in economy has become stagnant and inflation is at a high rate still, then that kind of combination, which is considered as a dangerous combination, but that is what we call as stagflation. It is a conditional inflation. Stagflation is a conditional inflation. Okay, third paragraph is where you want some explanation. Third paragraph over there, let me explain. Open market operations. Open market operations refer to purchase and sale of securities by central bank. When the central bank purchases securities, cash is credited to investors or financial institutions. Bank reserve increases. Funds available for lending rise. The money supply. I have already explained it to you, beta. Again, I believe you have not paid attention to what I was saying. When there is open market, सबसे पहले समझो open market operation what it is. Open market operation means buying and selling of treasury bills, treasury notes and treasury bonds. Bills for short term, notes for mid term, bonds for long term. When these treasury instruments, which is in the custody of the central bank in open market operation means just like any ordinary investors, it is buying and selling these instruments. Common sense लगाओ. I am writing T bills, इसको हटा देते हैं. I'll write T bills, T notes, T bonds. Treasury bills, treasury notes, treasury bonds. Who is holding this? Central bank is holding this. If it makes sale of these through open market operations, it is making sale, what will happen? From the economy, the money supply from the economy, the money supply in the economy, that money is paid in exchange. what happens? These instruments are sold by central bank to various parties in the economy, and in exchange when they are making sale, public is buying, so public will pay cash. This cash is squeezed from the economy and it comes in the hands of central bank. मैंने ये ऑलरेडी समझाया था, आप लोग मेरी बात सुनते ही नहीं हो बेटा. You don't pay attention to my statements. And when it is making purchases, what will happen when it is making purchases? When it is making purchases, the flow of money from central bank, it goes to the economy. That means this will increase the supply. When they make purchases, it will increase the supply of money. When they make sales, it will reduce the supply of money. Beta, I have already explained this to you, and then I have asked you to read that third paragraph. Once again read it, all three paragraphs, and let me know if you are clear or not clear. Once again read this and let me know if you are clear or not clear. And without wasting time, do it quickly. Give me a signal quickly, clear or not clear. If you are clear with that, now read the next few paragraphs, that is para 4, 5, 6 and 7. Para 4, 5, 6 and 7. If 1, 2, 3 are clear, read para 4, 5, 6, 7. I am waiting for your response on paragraph 4, 5, 6, 7. I believe all of you are clear with this whole content by far. Now, here we are talking about some channels, these channels. Now, I'm going to give you some additional content about explanation on these different channels. When I give you that additional note, I will want you to take the required screenshot and let me just check. Yeah. So just do one last thing. These additional paragraphs in continuation of that discussion. So 7, now this is para number 8, 9 and 10. I just want you to read these 3 paragraphs also before I give you that additional content about different channels of monetary mechanism. All right, so if you are completely clear with this part, just let me change the device and give you some important stuff. Now this part, just important pointers, objectives of monetary policy. We have discussed this part already. We have discussed this part already. So in case you want, you can take the screenshot of these notes. You can take the screenshot of these notes. Why I am showing you this is not for this content, but for another important content, that is monetary transmission mechanism. Now this is something very important. This note is not properly given over there, that's why I have shown you this separately. There are mainly 4 different mechanisms through which monetary policy influences the price level and the national income. These are: number 1, the interest rate channel, what we were talking about, the policy rate, exchange rate channel, quantum channel, and the asset price channel. Now, each one of these. So, interest rate channel, I believe you have already discussed with me. Contractionary policy, you increase the policy rate, that is the interest rate, borrowings will be lowered down, cut investment expenditure, so public will reduce their investment expenditure, reduced demand for durable goods, finally resulting in fall in output and employment. In case it is expansionary policy, I am just writing one term, that is opposite effect. So if we are talking about increase in interest rate, you will, in expansionary policy, there will be reduce in the policy rate. Instead of low borrowings, there will be high borrowings. Instead of cut in investment expenditure, there will be increase in investment expenditure, increased demand for durable goods, and finally resulting in rise in output and employment. I want you people to take the screenshot for this interest rate channel. Then moving ahead, exchange rate channel. This is linked with your exchange rate chapter. So appreciation of domestic currency, making domestically produced goods more expensive, exports fall and imports increase, finally resulting in fall in output and employment. If it is expansionary policy, you go with the opposite effect. You go with the opposite effect. Now this point I did not discuss with you. ये वाला point आप लोग को समझ में आता है क्या? Logical understanding of this point is important because even the exchange rate makes an influence over the money supply. It has an indirect linkage with the demand for money, and overall money in circulation gets impacted because of exchange rate. Expansionary policy, it will be the opposite effect. So I want you people to give me a clear confirmation. Is this clear or do you need any explanation over here? ये आप लोग को समझ में आता है और you have some confusion over here? बेटा आई वॉन्ट यू टू लिसन टू मी. आप लोग इसको ना दिमाग लगाकर नहीं समझोगे तो दिस विल नॉट कम इन योर कमांड. इसको सुन लो, समझ लो. मुझे बताओ, एक एक मुझे बताओ. चलो, एक्सचेंज रेट सीख लिया ना ऑलरेडी. वंस यू हैव लर्नड एक्सचेंज रेट ऑलरेडी, you tell me one thing. When I say appreciation of domestic currency, your currency is Indian rupee. If Indian rupee appreciate against dollar, मतलब डॉलर का प्राइस तो कम होगा ना. डॉलर का प्राइस क्या होगा? कम होगा. करेक्ट. So what will happen? What will be the impact? If dollar price reduces, imports will become cheaper. Do you agree? Imports will become cheaper. If imports become cheaper, everyone will try to buy the imported goods. They will not be willing to use the domestically produced goods. क्योंकि डॉलर का प्राइस कम हो गया. Let's buy, let's import, and we get your, requirements fulfilled by the imported products rather than domestically manufactured products. ये कॉन्ट्रैक्शनरी पॉलिसी हो गया क्योंकि लोकल इंडस्ट्रीज, डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्रीज विल सफर. करेक्ट. नाउ व्हाट हैपेंस इन एक्सपेंशनरी पॉलिसी? एक्सचेंज रेट changes in the opposite direction. That means it is depreciation of domestic currency. What is currently happening in India? Depreciation of domestic currency means, imagine dollar price rising against Indian rupee. What will happen? Impact will be the imported goods will become more expensive. When imported goods become more expensive, public in India will try to buy more of what? Imported goods or local goods. When the dollar price rises, when dollar appreciate against Indian rupee, what will happen as an impact? Imported goods will become more expensive than locally produced goods. So public will tend to buy more of which goods? Imported goods or domestically produced goods? People will tend to buy domestically produced goods. As a result, there will be need for more production and supply. In India, the production and supply will increase. It will rise your GDP. समझ में आया? This is important thing. This is a critical point. मैंने bullet points में आपको summary दे दिया है पहले. Once I have given the summary, then you can read the detailed paragraph. That is why I have displayed this thing in between, so that I can explain to you logically. Then बाद में वो बड़े बड़े paragraphs आप पढ़कर समझ लो. By any chance, so by this logic, depreciation of local currency is actually good for economic growth. Depreciation of local currency is actually good for economic growth. Correct ना? It is good for economic growth. तो imports कम हो जाएगा, export बढ़ जाएगा. तो that is what we want. So every time if the price of dollar is rising against Indian rupee, it's not always bad. Look at one thing, look it as an opportunity. अभी dollar is appreciating against Indian rupee. इसका impact क्या पड़ेगा? Nominal and real exchange rate में सीखा है ना? You have learnt it in nominal real exchange rate, that for USA customers, Indian goods will become cheaper. So USA customers will be buying more from India. तो हमारा export बढ़ेगा. And that becomes expansionary policy. If domestic currency is appreciating, it will become a contractionary policy. अरे भाई, all of you give me a signal. Is this clear or not clear? And are you taking the screenshots? Screenshot of whatever I am displaying on screen. Exchange rate channel. Next was quantum channel or bank lending channel. This is basically the reserve requirement which I have already explained to you. Again, just for your reference, you can take the screenshot. These notes will help you to revise things quickly. These notes will help you to revise things quickly. Take the screenshot and let me know if it is done and clear. After you are done and clear with the quantum channel, the next is the asset price channel. अब एसेट प्राइस चैनल का इम्प्लीकेशन समझ लो. लेट मी एक्सप्लेन दिस टू यू. देखो क्या होता है, प्लीज लिसन टू मी. सपोज someone in the real estate business is going to borrow money from bank. सुनना ध्यान से. Someone who is in the real estate business willing to borrow money from bank, and someone who wants to buy the house property willing to borrow money from bank. क्या लगता है आपको दोनों में which interest rate will be cheaper and which interest rate will be high? Which interest rate will be lower and which interest rate will be high? Can you tell me? Common sense लगाओ. Common sense लगाओ. asset price channel is a wonderful policy. This should be understood very well. पहले मुझे बताओ, मेरा क्वेश्चन समझ में आया? If the real estate, we are talking about real estate market, so someone is building the house property, someone is constructing the house property, someone is buying that house property. कंस्ट्रक्शन करने वाले के लिए और बाय करने वाले के लिए, do you know, the housing loan is cheaper, means banks purposely will give housing loan at even 7% per annum interest rate. But to the real estate developers, they'll be lending money at 12%. That means they want to make the real estate asset price expensive. They want to make it expensive so that real estate builders, real estate developers, they don't borrow too much money, because borrowing cost is very high. So if they don't borrow too much, they will be producing in limited quantity. Correct? They will be producing in limited quantity. The target is not to let consumption get affected, but production is targeted. So what you do, you have a contractionary policy where you are increasing the interest rate not for consumers but for producers, particularly producers of durable goods and real estates. Are you people listening to me or not? No responses coming from your side. Because of high interest payment, there will be high cost of capital. The business gets slowed down. And this is a contractionary policy. If the monetary policy wants to make expansion over here, they will purposely reduce the borrowing rate for the real estate and durable goods manufacturer. That will be the expansionary policy. Once you are clear with these channels that we have just discussed, okay, let me check if there is something more that I have to display over here, or we can switch to the notes that we were referring earlier. Yeah, other things we can refer from the main book. तो इसमें से ज़रूरत नहीं है. We get back to the main book now. So look at this. You have read up to this 10th paragraph, right? You have read up to this 10th paragraph, correct? Up to 10th paragraph you have read. देखो मैंने यहाँ क्यों रोक दिया? Because here it is talking about currency appreciation. Up to this part it was the policy rate. Now from here currency appreciation and currency depreciation is being talked. So for me it was needed that first I explain it to you, then you read it so that it becomes understandable clearly. So I want you to now read these 3 paragraphs from this part, that is the exchange rate channel. From here the discussion on exchange rate channel starts. So para number 1, 2 and 3. Beta, I have already explained from my side. Now without wasting a moment, I want you to read and confirm to me ये clear है कि clear नहीं है. See, this language is also important. एग्जाम में क्वेश्चंस आपके लिए सिंप्लीफाइड लैंग्वेज में ड्राफ्ट नहीं किया जाएगा. इन एग्जाम द लैंग्वेज ऑफ द क्वेश्चन मस्ट बी फर्स्ट अंडरस्टैंडेबल टू आंसर इट करेक्टली. These economics notes that you are finding on screen, anyone wanting to buy this book for economics revision, You can just let me know. Are you done with these 3 paragraphs? Now, 4, 5 and 6 supported by this example is basically nothing new over here, just an example. So next 3 paragraphs 4, 5 and 6 supported by this particular example. ये भी पढ़ लो. ये भी पढ़ लो. If this much is done and clear, we can move ahead. Now the next, so the next discussion is about targeting. Again, this part is continuation of that same. So 1, 2 and 3. Exchange rate targeting. So it is all about domestic currency and exchange rate. So what is expansionary, what is contractionary, we have already discussed in brief. एक बार पूरा detail पढ़ लो and make sure that you don't have any confusion over here. Give your best understanding. So there will be two stages of our discussion. One is about exchange rate in two different countries, and then another is the inflation rate between the two countries. Now there is an important term that you all must understand. There is an important term that you all must understand. That is basically liquidity trap. From the viewpoint of investors, liquidity trap क्या होता है? Liquidity trap, very very important concept in the connection with the money supply and money in circulation. I want you all to listen to me on what is meant by liquidity trap. So we are talking about this concept, liquidity trap. Do you know what is liquidity trap? Liquidity trap क्या होता है? See, there will be a need for you to keep investing your money. ठीक है, अभी इंटरेस्ट रेट सुनना ध्यान से, इंटरेस्ट रेट करंट रेट was say 10%, that revises to 8%. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ सुन लो, इसका मतलब क्या हुआ सुन लो कि भाई current interest rate is 10% and the revised interest rate is declared to be now little lower. You believe that this is a temporary phenomena क्योंकि interest rates तो fluctuate होते रहता है. अभी आप invest करोगे तो 8% return मिलेगा. That means if you buy some long term bonds which are giving only 8% yield, why should you buy such bonds which are giving 8% yield? So what you do, you wait for the right opportunity to invest, you hold cash. ठीक है, इसको आप cash hold कर रहे हो and let your money stay in bank account where it is yielding a very low rate of interest. It is still giving you some low rate of interest in saving bank. So you have liquidity in hand. When the right opportunity comes, you will invest. ठीक है, सो आपने 8% पे इन्वेस्ट नहीं किया, आपने 8% पे इन्वेस्ट किया ही नहीं. गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स हैविंग रेट्स डिक्लाइन, देयर यील्ड डिक्लाइन फ्रॉम 10 to 8. You did not invest at 8%. You kept your money in saving bank which was yielding 4%. तो पहले क्या हो रहा था, you were making investments at 10% whereas bank was offering only 4%. तो you did not choose to go with bank. बैंक पर नहीं गए, यू हैव टेकन द कोर्स ऑफ मेकिंग इन्वेस्टमेंट इन गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स. अभी क्या हुआ, रिवाइज्ड रेट इट हैज डिक्लाइन टू 8%. नाउ व्हाट यू डू, you say that I don't want to invest at 8%, I am happy keeping that liquidity in hand and let me earn 4% interest on my saving banks, I'll prefer this. I'll earn 4% interest. I will prefer liquidity. Liquidity पर preference दे रहे हो आप. You are waiting for a better opportunity. Once the government bond rate rises, then you will make investment. ठीक है. Now, next year, what happened? New revised rate. It further came down to 6%. अब तो rate और कम हो गया. Rate further reduced to 6%. And again, it is not your target rate. आपको तो अभी भी ऐसा लग रहा है. You still have an intuition. You still have a sentiment that interest rates will rise again. With that sentiment, you did not invest over here, and you have kept your money lying in your usual bank account, which is yielding only 4% in that savings account. You still prefer this because you are preferring liquidity. Next year, the new revised rate actually came down to just 4%. ये तो 4% चल ही रहा है. अब धीरे धीरे करके ना बैंक ने देखा कि सब जगह इंटरेस्ट रेट गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड का कम हो रहा है. बैंक ने यहाँ पर इंटरेस्ट रेट कम करके से नाउ इट ऑल्सो रिवाइजेस फ्रॉम 4% टू 2.5%. अब क्या होगा बताओ. अब आपको लगेगा कि भाई आई वुड वांट टू होल्ड लिक्विडिटी. अब तो लिक्विडिटी का भी आपको रेट जो ऑफर कर रहा था बैंक, दैट इज reduced. That rate got reduced. Now, in order to maintain liquidity in your hand, you did not invest in long-term bonds. This is what we call as a liquidity trap. Interest rate, you felt that it will rise in the near term, but it never rose, and interest rates kept on declining. With this declining interest rate, if you are into a liquidity mode, you get into a liquidity trap. I want this class to give me a signal कि liquidity trap जो मैंने समझाया, could you follow the meaning of liquidity trap? If you follow the meaning of liquidity trap, देखो ये this whole thing has been explained over here in these 4 paragraphs, 1, 2, 3 and 4. These 4 paragraphs target the understanding of liquidity trap. I want you to read these 4 paragraphs on liquidity trap and confirm to me whether things are clear or not clear. Whether things are clear or not clear. बेटा प्लीज टाइम खराब नहीं करो. It is all about increasing and reducing the short term rates versus long term rates. And that is where some people or entities may enter into liquidity trap. Beta, quickly give me a signal whether this is clear or not clear. We are at the last phase of our discussion. Last phase of our discussion. So this thing, including the discussion on liquidity trap, comes under the limitations of monetary policy. तो हम जस्ट एक लास्ट पार्ट में अबाउट लिमिटेशंस ऑफ मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी. Now, after this is clear, we have just one thing in this chapter that is left. आप लोग स्क्वेजर का बुक रखे हो. इफ यू हैव स्क्वेजर बुक इन योर हैंड, उसका एक लास्ट सेगमेंट I'll just highlight. LOS 15.D. LOS 15.D. It is talking about interaction between the, अभी fiscal policy पढ़ लिया, monetary policy पढ़ लिया. Interaction between fiscal policy and monetary policy. 4 pointers given, I believe. 4 pointers, नहीं, 4 pointers given exactly. So, expansionary fiscal and monetary policy, contractionary fiscal and monetary policy, expansionary fiscal policy and contractionary monetary policy, and contractionary fiscal policy and expansionary monetary policy. मतलब 4 situations होते हैं. I want you all to refer the Squeezer notes over here because that part is given quite well in Squeezer. तो कैसा है, एक टेबल फॉर्म में इसको समझ लो, टेबल फॉर्म में समझ लो. लाइक से मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी आई राइट एज MP एंड फिस्कल पॉलिसी आई राइट एज FP. ठीक है. दिस इज case 1. This is expansionary, this is also expansionary. ठीक है. Case 2. Case 2. Monetary policy is contractionary, fiscal policy is also contractionary. ठीक है. Both are contractionary. Then case 3. Case 3 and case 4, where case 3 is given in a way where the fiscal policy is expansionary, whereas the monetary policy is contractionary. So this is contractionary, The fiscal one is expansionary. Case 4 जहाँ पर fiscal policy is contractionary and the monetary policy is expansionary. So this kind of combination is what explained over there. This will be the last part of your understanding. These 4 cases, what will be the outcome? So obvious thing, आप मुझे बताओ, I'm asking you, when both are expansionary, impact क्या होगा? If I read those lines given in the Squeezer book, it says in this case impact will be highly expansionary. मतलब impact बताएं यहाँ पर. I'll write the impact over here. Impact. Let me write it this way. Impact क्या होगा? ये बोल रहा है impact. आप लोग क्या करो? You can write this along with me. Highly expansionary. So what will happen when both are contractionary? When both are contractionary, so GDP will be lower, interest rate would be higher. No? Both private and public sector would contract, means you can actually write that this will be highly contractionary. इसमें तो कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं, क्योंकि सेंट्रल बैंक एंड गवर्नमेंट आर अलाइंड. दे आर अलाइंड in respect of what should be done in terms of policy. Now the third case and fourth case become little critical. So in the third case, what is happening? Monetary policy is trying to be contractionary. Central bank wants to regulate the money supply in its hand, reduce the supply of money, whereas government is maybe say reducing tax rates and giving expansionary policy. So in this case, what will happen? Aggregate demand will likely be higher due to fiscal policy, while interest rate will be higher due to increased government borrowing and tight monetary policy. Government spending as a proportion of GDP will increase. So इसका जो impact पड़ेगा वो मैं लिख रहा हूँ यहाँ पर, government spending increases. Government spending will increase. Government spending increases. ठीक है? So what is happening? Why government spending increases? Objective को समझो. Fiscal policy is expansionary. मतलब government is trying to expand. उसको support चाहिए कहाँ से? Central bank से. That central bank should lower the interest rate. Central bank ने interest rate lower नहीं किया जानबूझकर. तो spending बढ़ेगा कैसे? Public will not spend because interest rates are high. Monetary policy is contractionary, interest rates are high. Who will have to spend? It is government that will spend. So as a result, government spending increases. That is the outcome of the third case. And when you read the fourth case, what is written over there? Interest rates will fall from decreased government borrowing and from expansion of money supply, increasing both private consumption and output. Government spending as a proportion of GDP will decrease. तो बेसिकली यहाँ पर क्या होता है? गवर्नमेंट स्पेंडिंग, ये गवर्नमेंट स्पेंडिंग इन द फोर्थ केस, गवर्नमेंट स्पेंडिंग reduces. Government spending reduces in the fourth cases, and private sector would grow as a result of lower interest rate. तो इसके दो impact लिखेंगे हम. पहला impact, government spending reduces and private sector private sector grows and spends more because what happened, monetary policy expansionary hai, so interest rates were reduced down, so people got an opportunity to borrow more. So who is spending in the economy? Only private sector is spending more, government has reduced its spending. तो देखो क्या हो रहा है, when we say highly expansionary means public as well as government both are spending, means private sector as well as government sector both are spending. When both are spending, what is happening, the economy will be having high expansion. When in second case both become contractionary, there will be highly contractionary activity observed. And in case 3, the spending increases in the hands of government. In case 4, spending reduces in the hands of government. So I believe this last part also you would be clear with, and this has been given very nicely structured in the Squeezer book. So beta, one more thing, I did not get an opportunity to take MCQs of this particular chapter. So आप लोग क्या करो, all economics MCQs from your core material you start solving. If you get stuck somewhere, you know what you have to do. You take the screenshot, share it with me on my WhatsApp. कोई छोटा मोटा explanation हुआ, on the spot I will give you as a voice note, as a small explanation. If it is something major, I'll record a video and share it with you. But you will have to do that initial digging. So with that, we will be putting an end to your economics marathons. So I recommend you all, आप लोग मेरे टच में रहना, कोई कंफ्यूजन कुछ प्रॉब्लम आता है लेट मी नो, आई एम ऑलवेज देयर टू हेल्प. ठीक है, फिक्स्ड इनकम, FSA, derivatives and quants, these 4 are your critical papers, I mean critical subjects. Make sure that you are not trapped in these subjects. इसमें से फिक्स्ड इनकम, FSA, डेरिवेटिव, ये सब तो मैंने आपको सिखाया है. तो कोई भी डाउट्स आते हैं बेटा, जस्ट शेयर इट विथ मी. यस, आई कैन शेयर माई नंबर. इन फैक्ट आई हैव ऑलवेज शेयर्ड माई नंबर विथ यू पीपल. यू कैन टेक नोट ऑफ दैट नंबर. आई हैव जस्ट शेयर्ड इन द चैट. आपको चैट में नहीं मिलता, I'll just write my number over here, 9022110022. That's my number. ठीक है, so be in touch with me. Drop a message on WhatsApp when you have some kind of doubt or difficulty. I may not be able to reply you instantly क्योंकि full days, all the day I am always taking some or the other class. So while in class my phone is generally on the silent mode. There will be messages which I will respond later when I get free. So आपको क्या करना है, मेरे लिए वेट नहीं करना है. आपको जैसे जैसे डाउट आता है you post your doubts. मुझे जब भी चांस मिलता है I'll try to give your doubts replied ASAP, as soon as possible. ठीक है, fine guys. At the end I will just say thank you very much for patiently attending these sessions, and most of you will be having your exams this August. If it is not in August, it will be in November. So for all the August and November exam students, I wish all of you all the best, and study well, and I'll be there to help you out whenever needed. ठीक है? चलो, thank you very much बेटा.